just watching on. All right, they're going to go offense, defense, get Ntilikina back in there, his length, his defensive acumen. Curious to see if they put Albc in as well.
No.
We got Ntilikina guarding Patty Mills.
Oh, well.
Patty, step back over Wemby. Short, rebound Rudy.
Great rebound.
Here comes Nando, the vet in the game. To the alien.
The alien.
7 to shoot. Ntilikina for 3. No good. Nando the rebound. Players hitting the deck, taken away by Reith. 1 minute to go. 81-80 Australia. Here we go.
We got a ball game.
Not a big one here. Giddy.
Ooh.
Fading away. No good. Wemby the rebound. Chance to take the lead. Ntilikina draws the foul, and they're in the bonus. Nick Kay picks up his 4th at an inopportune time, and that's going to be free throws for Frank Ntilikina, and a chance to give France the lead.
He missing one of these. 100%. He's missing one.
As a big guy, I feel your frustration, okay? I feel your frustration.
Not had a lot of free throws in this game. Ntilikina, first one, swishes it.
Miss one, make it interesting.
Career, he was a 76% free throw shooter at the line over the course of 321 regular season games. Interesting to see if Australia takes a timeout if this free throw is made. They got one left.
Miss one.
Misses, they can't because no live ball timeouts.
Yes. Game winner.
Ooh. We have a lane violation on Australia.
On Giddy?
Oh, wow.
On Giddy, trying to play battle with Rudy Gobert. That's what you get.
Yo, I love Ronnie Turyoff. What the fuck?
Pinched down a little early there.
Miss again.
Second free throw for Frank. He makes it.
Bro, everyone's going to hate Josh
France
Giddey.
has the lead. They're going to go 82-81. Patty Mills.
Patty got to get.
Gets the
Ooh, on
screen,
Wemby?
Putting Australia on his
Oh.
back. In and out. Rebound, Batum. Knocked out of bounds. Who's it off?
Australia ball.
Les Bleus.
12.2 to play. It will be Boomers basketball. Mills will throw it in.
Giddy got to make up for it. He's going to make up for it right here. He's going to make up for it right here.
And it'll go through him on the crossover. Runner at the foul line. Blocked. Out of bounds. Back to Australia with 2.5.
Everybody go hate Giddy, bruh.
And Australia's going to call that timeout right now. Woo, Roni. What a finish we have. 82-81. Australia using its final timeout. All right. What do you think Australia is
They're just too
drawing
tall.
up? How do you defend it if you're France?
Make the guys shoot over you. I feel like they're gonna run Patty Mills as a decoy and potentially either getting a quick alley-oop or Giddy to try to turn the corner over his right hand to shoot one of his floaters. So those are the three options Patty Mills coming out. Big guy for the alley-oop. And then the third option is Giddy to be able to score.
We will see. Filet.
Oh God. I gotta build shaders again.
He doesn't want the guys to switch. He wants them to fake like they're switching, but then to continue to follow the guys over the screen to make life difficult for them to then make them shoot over them. So that's the strategy that France said. Are the guys going to be able to apply it? It remains to be seen. Let's see what happens.
It's DeColo, Wembanyama, Gobert, Batum, and Ntilikina, the 5 on the floor for Vincent Collet. He's the French national team head coach. He's been doing it for the last 15 years. Giddey will throw it in. Patty Mills out there. The French bench looks on. Dyson Daniels, Jack McVeigh.
How you gonna score?
Nick K on the floor.
That's game.
Oh! Dyson Daniels reverses it up and in with 1 second to go.
Lost
Timeout
to Australia.
What a play by the Boomers. Australia has the lead.
What? Bro, how do you get a layup with Wemby and Rudy Gobert on your team?
Colo just got beat there.
Yeah, he followed the instruction that Vincent told him. I feel like Wemby should have shifted a little bit to prevent that easy pass from Giddy to underneath the basket. And I'm wondering, is that because that's not his usual position? Defending the out of bounds pass. Could be. I'm not really sure.
Let's see if we can hear Vincent.
Oh, oui. That's crazy. Basketball is universal.
What'd you hear, Ronnie?
He wants to run a play called, and he wants to make a sandwich. And Nicolas Batum is asking him, like, do I send a screen afterwards? And Vincent was like, there is not enough time, bro. It's only 1 second.
Lob. Wemby.
Here we go.
Just literally throw it at the basket.
They could snap a 3-game losing skid. This would be 4 straight L's.
Just
if
throw
they
it at
don't
the basket.
score here in these Olympic tune-ups. DeColo to throw it in.
No way. A 3?
They get it to Wemby to beat the buzzer.
What?
Oh, doesn't
Just
go.
throw, they're all so
About
small.
as good of a look as
He
you're
could
gonna
go.
get, but Australia wins 80.
Wow. Okay. Is that Dellavedova? He's still playing. Okay. Where am I? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. How bad can it be without shaders? How bad could it be? Shit is stuck. This shit is stuck at halfway. Come on, Neil. I build shaders every time I play this fucking game. Free Gobert. Where's Wemby? Yo, what up, bot? I'm currently building shaders. And just witness greatness from the Australian team.
With some national game.
Yeah.
What?
Buzzer. Oh.
So loud.
And these Olympic tune-ups. DeColo to throw it in. They
Like,
get it
what
to win.
is that play?
This would be 4 straight L's if they don't score here. And these Olympic tune-ups. DeColo to throw it in.
Their tallest player is like 6'8", maybe.
They could snap a 3-game losing skid. This would be 4 straight L's if they don't score here.
2 screens. Rudy's coming to the ball.
DeColo to throw it in.
Wow. That's terrible.
They get 7 turnovers, but 2 steals, 2 blocks, hit 4 threes. But despite the loss, Ronnie, I do think this is a promising sign for France going forward. They looked pretty lackluster in their last couple of games. They were pretty vibrant in this one, I would say.
Oh, totally. You can tell that right now. I feel like almost every decision and every role is being made. The guys are clear what they're supposed to do. Everybody tried to play to the best of their ability, and I feel like they pull out a very nice 40-minute game. And
This is high school shit.
If it wasn't for the game-winning assist of Josh Giddey for McDaniel, we would be feeling very good about it. So it's a loss, and it goes in the loss column. That's 4 in a row, but overall it feels pretty good.
Yeah, so they defeated Turkey 96-46, defeated Germany in the first time they played them, then lost to Germany, lost to Serbia, lost to Canada, and lost to Australia.
What?
Victor Wembanyama nearly had the triple-double. He didn't quite get there for you,
Eight
but
people
still 7
lacking.
points, 12
8 hours ago?
assists. He was really good today.
He played really well. I really like what I've seen from him. He was definitely the playmaker. He was the guy that could score, the guy that played defense. He was everywhere on the court. And I think if Victor just cuts down on his turnovers, I think he could be one of the best players, if not the best player in the Olympics. So that's how talented he is, and that's how impactful he can be. And tonight was one of those days
Ooh,
where
I heard something.
saw
Here we
him
go.
full display.
France.
Bro, can I get some stats? Sports Kita? The fuck is this? Okay, whatever. Just beat The Last of Us. I'm at the library. I forgot how to play this game. Switch shoulder. How do you switch shoulder? Tab. It had to be tab. There we go. Tab. Okay. I'm like lagging. I'm getting 30 frames. What the fuck? Oh, this is terrible. Are you telling me a 3080 can't play 4K 60 and stream at the same time? Oh shit, no fucking wonder. Let's go medium. Okay. Fine, restart. Okay. Give me 60 frames. Please. Oh, that is terrible. Oh, I was about to say, that's too bad. That's a little bit better. Oh, that's much better.
about to give up when she started shooting at her. It's stupid. She could have got away. I had 2 other guys keep her busy. Took out my rifle. She let her head in the crosshairs.
Yeah, keep on talking, bro. Keep yapping.
Damn. Maybe you should have kept her. You know, made her.
Nah, you did not see me. Get the fuck out of here. I gotta practice anyway. I gotta remember how to choke and then counter. Oh, oh, oh. E, E. Oh, I didn't want to waste a shiv. No. I got a brick, bitch. Ellie gonna get the other one. Oh, oh, hit. Hit him. Middle mouse. Okay, bat versus bat. Joel wins. Never mind. Okay, that was terrible. Middle mouse is melee. E is to grab and shiv. What does R do? What is he doing? How do I switch guns? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. This is probably the worst place to pick up from, forgetting how to play. Aside from the hospital. No, don't run. We were just getting started. Dang, he running hella far. Oh. This is storage, not shelves. I'm dead as fuck. Ooh, shotgun about to blow his fucking head off. Okay. E is to grab, and then E stabs too. Let me just look at the actual controllers. Melee's middle mouse. Crouch I have. Jump. Yeah. Interact. Grab. So I guess grab and then melee to do a silent kill. I gotta do it again. I'll just test it out here.
I'm so fucking tired. We were up all night chasing this tourist.
Oh yeah, you were a part of that. I heard about this.
Yeah, this one chick, she would just not give up. I've never seen anyone with so much fucking energy. It took a couple minutes to snuff everyone else, and fucking 5 hours to hunt her ass.
Shut up.
Okay.
I'm pressing E. I'm pressing E. I'm pressing E. And melee chokes. Okay. Just keep your head turned that way. No. Oh well. Run, Joel! Run, bitch! You have to hold shift. Okay. Oh, he saw the fuck out of me. Oh, no, he didn't. There you go. There you go. Alright, we're in there now. Why is he walking so slow, though? Oh, because see? That's normal. C slows him way down. Okay. See, I hate wasting health kits, but I don't know what his health is at. Like, I just want to survive and then get to a cutscene, then I'll heal. I don't know if I can do this on grounded permadeath ever again. Like, this alone, I would be... No, Ellie, I don't see him. I can't... Oh! Now I do. Now I do. Got him. Oh, what up, Jan? What up, Jan? I'm doing good. Today I was just bored as hell. Chilling. I'm like, I kind of want to play The Last of Us, so I'm here. How you doing? With the VIP badge still. Happy Sunday. Oh, he got Ellie? Just use Ellie as bait. Oh, I'm about to be so trash. I'm about to be so trash. I am not ready for Grounded Animator. I am not ready. But I hope you're doing good. It's been a minute. Okay.
We were up all night chasing the stores.
Oh yeah, you were a part of that? I heard about this.
Yeah, this one chick, she would just not give up.
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone with so
Yeah.
It took a couple minutes to snuff
I don't know how my audio is, if you can even hear me, because I knew that was fucked up before, but
Jesus. Sometimes you gotta
happy Sunday.
Yeah, I guess. We were about to give up when she started shooting at her. It's stupid. She could have got away. I had two other guys keep her busy.
I gotta listen to them. Yeah, fuck this. Alright. I'm a new streamer, you know, it's... Pop the head up. God, I love PC. I love PC so much. How can you play this game with a controller? God, there's so much to search here. I'm gonna just go Rambo. How much bullets do I have? Yeah, I got a shotgun. Yeah. I definitely not sure. Hey, this is my first stream. I botted myself to a partner somehow. My dad works at Twitch. Yo, I'm sneaking kind of far though. Hold up. God, I love this game so much. I wish I could just... I mean, I guess I could just play this game on an infinite, like, loop. Flashlight is F? That makes sense. I remember all the action being upstairs. Like, I definitely got stuck here. Jan, I'll never forget, if you're still here, the fact that we were like nothing. Like I had nobody and then you drew me. Like that was like a core memory for me. I'll never forget that. Like that's something I'd never ever thought someone would draw me. So thank you. Again. No one here? This is too easy. There's no one here. Oh, never mind. Look at that. Just dome pieces. Come here, boy. Just dome pieces. I can't wait for part 2 to be on PC. Oh, I thought that was... Hey, chill out, Ellie. What up, brother? Hey, brother. Just like Apex. I need a sight on that. Come on, who wants a brick? You get a brick, you get a brick. You get a brick. Everybody gets a brick. And a pipe. Oh, see, that's the cheese, though. 3 headshot. PC, are you kidding me? Give me every Sonic... Oh, fuck me. Give me every Sony game on PC. Oh, see, you jinxed it. Now we need the arrow skills. Oh, that's... I can't... Where they at? Ellie, do something! I'm hitting the wrong button. Help me. Ellie, help me. They're coming. No, I don't want. There we go. Oh, I got 8 in this shotgun. Still need the Watson. Oh, I forgot about that last stream. It's probably out of the store now. Look at this idiot. Oh, look at him limping because I shot him in the leg. Shout out to Neil. All right, here we go. Oh, they forgot to get reinforcements. It's so much easier when you say, I'm just gonna shoot. I'm not gonna try and stealth. I bet you they took that damn skin out of Apex by now. Let's get a bow collat. Who are you talking to, gang? You're the only one left. Got an eye. Peace, Jan. Peace, Jan. Pete. Appreciate you stopping by. I'm trying to stream more. Not even trying. I just want to stream when I play games now. But peace. I'm gonna choke this dude. Ugly.
Fucking let him get away.
Who are you talking to? Give me that neck, sir. Give me that neck. Yes, sirski. Do it for Ellie. Alright, now we loot. Wait, can they say something to say it's over, please? Someone's lurking. Oh. Sneak it. Oh, there he gonna say, burn, asshole. I'm gonna be back to the beginning when they're talking. This game is just, man, I need more story from this game. It's so cozy to be playing this. And the multiplayer too. Oh, here we go. Is he alone? Joel holding his stomach? Joel got a stomach ache? I'm like actually I'm actually leaning in my seat trying to see around the corner. Oh, I see you. Oh. It is. It's like, it's like so violent, but like, I guess probably because I played it so many times. And for like my generation. Oh, there's more? It's so like the game that we grew up with. Like, all the reviews, all the love this game got. It's like nostalgic. You gonna get a brick. Come here, sir. Actually, I'll waste a bottle. Unless I don't need to. Oh, shit, my asshole. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What if a bottle? What if? What if? Come here. Peanut butter spread. Oh, one-on-one? What's up, game? The one thing I didn't learn how to do again was dodge. There is no dodge in this game. Dodge is only in Last of Us Part 2. Oh, they gave me a checkpoint. See, so I permadeath. It just trained me that this game is supposed to be brutal. I definitely got too cocky. I was like, what button? I totally froze. I have no clutch gene. I completely froze. I was about to press Q. What's Q do? Q switches. God, Last of Us 2 just trained me though. Like, I was so ready to do this whole area over again. But like, checkpoints are a thing. Alright, now you're getting a brick. Give me that neck. 1v1. Oh, you get a brick too. Oh, nope. Huh? Where'd he go? Oh, y'all can flank. I can flank too. Come here, sir. Come here. Come here. Let me... Oh, there's a home run. I am Joel. I must avenge Ellie. Actually, I must avenge myself. I already killed like 10 niggas. How many y'all got? I'm gonna just run. Let's just see. Y'all can hear me. No? Okay. Come here. Mr. Brick. Oh. One shot. Get the brick back. See, once you get in the flow of the gameplay, it's so good. Once you remember. Oh shit. Not this time. Any more bricks? Got arrows. Any more bricks? There we go. Who needs weapons when you... I guess... Oh, brick is a weapon though. That's a waste of a brick, but oh well. Come here, sir. It's a very fresh hoodie you got. Is that Supreme?
Come on, man. There's 2 ways out of this.
Yeah. Alright, Ellie, let's get a move on. Alright, Ellie.
I was too damn close.
The edge of the universe and back. Endure and survive.
Excuse me.
Picks up a brick. Excuse me.
That's what the hero says after a big battle.
Endure and survive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, Joel, lighten up. She's like a daughter to you now. Alright, search, search, search. On to the next battle. I already searched all this, I think. This is my first PC playthrough, so I'm trying to collect everything. So my 100% run will be easy. Stepdads be like, see, I don't know about that life. Oh, but I would assume a stepdad would be trying to be nice and make the daughter like him. Joel is just a tough exterior. Isn't there stairs that go up there, I think? Yeah. No? They must have took that out. There was definitely stairs here. Like, I know there's these here. God, he's so slow. You have the alcoholic stepdads, and you have the stepdads that try to be their friends.
Ready?
Oh, I got a pendant.
How much you push the envelope, it'll still
Joel, I don't think Joel, actually Joel definitely probably got drunk as hell in the dark years. Right now he's like mid character, you know, he's not completely transformed yet, so he's like he's a reluctant nice stepdad. Oh, I'm about to miss it.
What is that?
Joke book, no pun intended, volume 2, by Will Livingston.
Let's keep going.
Bakers trade red on a need-to-know basis.
Come on, Joel.
I get it.
Laugh, damn it.
A moon rock tastes better than an earthly rock.
Pick up Rick, yeah.
Meteor.
That wasn't funny enough. That wasn't funny, Ellie.
A backwards poet writes in verse.
Do you even get that?
feel like they added those. Like, did they bring Joel and what's her name back? Ashley back to do some more jokes? Oh, I gotta play Last of Us 2. They got the director's commentary. Wait, I think this one has director's commentary. Yes. Okay, I have like 5 playthroughs to do. I need Last of Us 2 PC. I need the Grounded Permadeath here. I need to do the director's commentary. Last of Us 2 extra levels. There's so much to do. So much to see. I gotta beat this to get the points to unlock that. And I also... Damn, his neck is fucked up. I need ammo because I shot so much. I need to try and search. What does director commentary? It's like you can go to certain spots and like you'll literally have Neil or like a game designer telling you why they did certain stuff. Like, it's pretty sick. I see they have commentary, description, and then director. Featuring Neil, Ashley, and Troy Baker. That's pretty sick. But then part 2, which if I'm remembering right, they confirmed is coming to PC soon-ish. They have the same thing, but they also have like deleted levels that they talk about. And I love that. I love like behind the scenes extra shit. Get these books the fuck out of here. This is Texas. Okay. Big Tex. I need some revolver bullets. That's the easiest gun. Oh, I thought I scared her. Okay. See, this is why I'm on stream. Like, I would search this even longer. But I feel the pressure, even though no one's really watching. I'm like, I need to get to the next part. People are gonna get bored. But fuck that. It's my stream. Okay. Under the stairs. Come on, give me a bullet. Bottles. Okay, I think... Oh, no, there's stuff in this little kitchen over here. We just hear the chat. Pineapple on pizza. What is that? Pizza time. Oh, you got the pizza on Dex? Actually, I had pizza today for breakfast. Oh, bullets. Revolver? Alright, 9mm. I had cheese pizza because I accidentally ordered half a cheese pizza and it was actually not a bad experience this morning. Actually, there's something over here too. If I remember correctly. Yeah, Pittsburgh. Okay, let's do some... Actually, let's read it on the sheet so it's lore accurate. Civilian seeking status go through the following checks. Confirm the applicant signed FEDRA. Military issued ID is examined. Scan all infection scan. Separating families, it's important to keep everyone as calm as possible. Wow. Decontamination. Only 1 suitcase is permitted. Any contraband must be disposed. No animals allowed. Sadness. What a tough world. No dogs. Okay. Nothing here. Let's search here. There's definitely locker stuff in here. Gamers when something isn't lore accurate. Yeah, wait a minute. Star Wars 100%. Sir. Colonel Mackenzie. Actually, that didn't take place in the right... Going 14 months, this little revolution has turned into a bloodbath. We have lost too many men. Frankly, we're all about to lose the entire zone. If we stay any longer... I feel like everyone has a dream to be like a voice actor. Like, just reading lines would be so fun, but like, I don't think that many people are cut out for it. myself included. If we stay any longer, we will all get lynched. Awaiting your orders, Captain Mastros. Like, that'd be fun as fuck to be on a game just in the booth. Trying to get the character right. But like, they must be talking for so fucking long. But like, come on, like, I'll just be like an extra. Like, just some background chatter. Actually, I don't think this is canon. They just, yeah, like, I was playing Battlefront, the newest one, and they were in the chat like mad at people's skins. They're like, that isn't the right era. And I kind of like the dedication though. I respect it. Like, if you're gonna take something serious, take it serious. Like, I respect it. Like, I ain't gonna judge you. Okay. Ellie, let's get out of here. Ellie, we gotta go to Colorado, Ellie. I heard there's a surgery that definitely won't kill you. They're just gonna take your blood and we'll be on our way. Like, imagine being the Star Wars guy in charge of the lore. Like, oh my god. How can you sleep at night? Like, you know some Star Wars fan is like ready to dox you. Cause your shitty Netflix show got like one thing wrong. Okay. I think I push a garbage can. NCA out. Yeah, my brother wants to play. I might just have to. Actually, I have no choice. I have no money right now. I was gonna say I might just have to buy it. I can't buy it. But that'll be hype to play. Okay, I'm totally lost. I'm at the wrong spot. This is where you look at this.
You gotta be crazy to string up soldiers.
You get people desperate enough, they'll do just
Joe looks terrible. What the fuck?
People that rose up. They're the ones that
What is wrong with my...
my bet.
I need to do my shaders. Isn't there a Firefly pendant here or something? Oh, okay. Let's see address. The store, bro. It's over. Whoever directed that newest one, I don't even know. I just know people were pissed at it.
See where this leads us.
You know they got some packages. They got some thermal detonator packages.
Watch yourself on these drops.
I'm not wasting a bullet, Ellie. Can you? Can we is that a thing? No. Live pipe bomb. Straight to your front address. You wanted to write a Star Wars story? I bet you they don't even, like, people who get assigned to that, like, they know their life is about to get worse. Okay, I need to go to 4090. I can't be playing this game on suboptimal graphics. This is sacrilege.
Alright. I don't think they saw us.
Hey, Allie, look at this. Isn't that your video game?
There's our bridge.
Isn't that show you be watching?
I think.
Let's keep at it. Come on.
High risk, low reward. Yeah, like, what are you gonna cook up? If you're not what's his name? John Filoni? If you're not him and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna try out this little Star Wars series. Yep. Good luck. You gonna see you in an interview in a year like, oh my god, I'm so glad to be done with Star Wars. Like John Boyega. Ellie, talk to me.
I thought you had plenty of food in your time.
Oh, we did.
That amaranth?
Chose not to eat it.
Why the hell not?
For looks.
That's stupid.
God. Such a dynamic conversation. Just adds to the realism. If it's not already set in event, the lore people will hate it. The one who cooked was whoever made Rogue One. I feel like that was pretty high risk, but like high reward. That's probably the best post original Star Wars. But I don't even know that person's name, so maybe they didn't cook enough. And the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian. That was some peak Star Wars. Okay, I'm gonna try and read this. My son, my little boy. Okay, this is a mom. I buried him today. What did he do? Join a protest? And now they're labeling? Now they're labeling him a traitor. Fine. I'll show them what a traitor does. I've joined them. The rebels, the rioters. They gave me a gun, a house, some bullets, and a mission. I won't survive this, but neither will they. Is this Tess? How many other fathers and mothers like me are there out there? It's only a matter of time before the city falls. Let's go knock out the first brick. Eva. Ooh. A scorned mother. Speaking of Finn, it would have been cool for him to be the last Jedi. If it was him, nah. The way they set him up, that would have been too much. That would have been too, like, cliche. Like, if they set it up, yeah. I feel like they wasted his character so much. I thought he was going to be so much more, but then he was messing with that little Asian chick. For, like, no reason. I don't know what was... Okay. Let me focus on Last of Us, okay? I want to focus on my favorite game. One of my favorite games of all time. Let's just not get into that. Let's just not get into the second trilogy of what happened with Disney Star Wars. Yeah, I have to watch that movie again. I remember there was like the snow foxes I thought was cool. And I remember everyone hated it. I remember walking out like, that wasn't that bad. And then reading what people thought. And then I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe they're right. I gotta watch it again. But I remember that chick was like, something happened with him and that chick. I'm like, that was dumb. He was on that like white sand with like the red trail of dust or something. And then he like almost died, but didn't die or something. I forget. But then I think everyone turned out fine. Okay, let's go in here
I can't make that jump.
and talk about coffee.
Get me up there, I can move that plane.
Maybe the Jedi was friends with me. Yes. Maybe we should just be thankful that we even got to experience more Star Wars. Going to the theaters was an event. I will say that was good memories with my family. Maybe we should all just take a chill pill and accept it for what it is. Okay. And I saw Solo. Oh, Solo is worth it just because... What's her damn name? Daenerys. Just because her with the dark hair in that movie. Ooh, and they got Childish Gambino. But the first thing I think of is Solo. Because he's alone. That was so, like, what are we doing here? Were the fans supposed to go like, oh, shit. That's why he's Han Solo. Like, what the fuck was that? But yeah, that movie was alright. The train scene, that was like Uncharted a little bit. Oh, we got the rats on the wall. Or the roaches. Disney S line. Yeah. Princess Leia, she's laying down. Princess Leia. Like, Chewbacca's eating. Chew. Like, what the fuck? Like, you wrote that and you put that in the movie. George Lucas turning in his grave. It goes down in the DMs. We are going to take the Eastern checkpoint. I've stashed some extra supplies at Regal, speaking of movies, apartments. It's marked with a red X. Like, I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm Luke Jedi. I'm Luke trained by Yoda. Come on, gang. But Rogue One was so good though that, you know, I think all the bullshit. We got Mando, we got Rogue One, we got some fun little side stories. Obi-Wan show was dog water besides the, you know, Darth Vader fight. But I think we've got enough Star Wars moments to be a little happy that they brought it back. They should have just done that though. They shouldn't have done the story until they were ready.
Those floating raft things again. Can we use it?
Oh, my bad. I'm taking too long. I'm Ray. Name Stealer. And movie. I'm Ray.
See where this goes.
Name Stealer. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh. Get down, Ellie. Pop, pop, pop. Damn. Damn. Joe look like he walking. Loki, the Hunger Games trilogy. Loki better than the Star Wars
That all about?
third trilogy.
We're coming to the hotel.
I just watched them on stream. Hunger Games was kind of a trendsetter for all Battle Royale. If we're keeping it a buck.
Set up that plank like they did.
Ellie can't swim. Hey, man. She had a tough upbringing. She was too busy watching her lesbian friend die to learn to swim. It's understandable.
Now you just need to find a way out.
Wait, can you dive in this game? There's definitely... Okay, I'm sorry. There's definitely some loot. I guarantee it. Like Men's Warehouse, I guarantee it. Oh, you can't swim, gang? Actually, I'm a pretty trash swimmer too. Look at this right here. Come on, right there, guaranteed. I played this game before. Did I pick it up? Yeah. But I do want to swim again because someone offered to buy my nano leaves. $250. Someone offered to buy my nano leaves. Is he in Temecula? Brett LaBeouf. Yeah, I'm down. It's only $50. Hey, yeah, I'm down if you can meet up in Temecula. I'm selling 36 nanoleaf LED light panels for $300. $250, close enough. Surely I'll make it back in Twitch Prime subs. What I figure right now is some fiery chicken fries from Burger King. Oh, you the one keeping Burger King in business? Props, bro.
This place stinks.
Yeah, wood's all rotten.
And she's talking about Burger King right now.
Did you go to coffee shops a lot?
I did. All the time.
And what would you get?
Just coffee.
You think those hunters are gone?
We're about to find out.
Damn, make conversation hopping. Fiery chicken fry. Wait, no, you're actually correct. I did try the chicken fries. They were bomb as fuck. I didn't have the fiery ones. I did actually. I don't know how I went to Burger King that time. The chicken fries are good. But that alone is not enough to keep them in business somehow still.
Come on down.
I don't know what money laundering scheme is going on there with the king, but
You ever stay at a place like this?
Carl's Jr. clears.
No, this is too rich for my blood.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, they broke bad. Yeah, like they have like a whole kids play place at the one near me still. Like I know that shit is nasty as hell. There's probably like one worker there all the time. Okay. Isn't there something up here? Oh no, it's on the other side, I think. Yep, right there. They can pay the wages. Yeah, Carl's Jr. Carl's Jr. is low-key on his way out too, but it's still like a double Western cheeseburger. Get the Powerade drink, it slaps. But they're always slow as hell. I love this game so much. Like, this part of this game was the demo. Like, I remember that it came out, this was like, oh my god, look at the animations, look how he's hopping in and out. Like, this shit was a trendsetter. It is getting so hot. My PC is on fire. See, now I'm getting hungry, even though I had pizza this morning. Trying to lose weight. My next Discord post is gonna be me gaining weight. I'm trying to be losing weight. Okay, there's like a code here too, I think. Pencils. If people ever played demo or not. There was some game that was like, people were happy. I forget what I saw recently. But they're definitely rare now. I used to get the damn demo disc. Like, it would come in like a magazine. I think you can cheat this. You can just listen for the click. That sound. No, I won't Google. I won't do the game dirty like that. But if it's like obvious. Nah. Okay. I want some Chili's chips and salsa right now.
Oh, I'll be checking in for one night, and I would like your finest suite, please.
The hell are you doing?
Why, yes, you can take my luggage upstairs.
You are a weird kid.
Stop it. I haven't unlocked the humor side of me yet. I'm still angry. Oh, those slap, bro. Yeah, I was asleep on them. They give you the big old bag. Throw it in the microwave for like 30 seconds.
I'm on it.
I get that. They got like the street corn and the chicken tenders with the sauce. Mmm. Mmm. $22.10.56. To all staff, the combination for the security has changed. 22.10.56. Let's see my short-term memory. I already forgot it. 22.10.56, I think. 22.10.56. The salsa, yeah, it's so, and the chips are like light as hell. I literally DoorDash it. I just get the chips delivered sometimes. Or I used to when I had money. 22.10.56. Oh, he messaged me from my nano leaves. Actually, I'm gonna just leak it. Let me just leak my whole shit. I'm down in central San Diego, so I probably can't drive up today, but I'll hit you up this week when I can. For sure. Me posted. No, I don't want to say keep posted. I'll just say for sure. Just let me know. Can. Actually, no, it's fine. Okay. 22. Hey, how do you climb a ladder? I'm gonna die. Am I screwed? Ooh, good knees. Meg knees. Look, listen to the sound of the... Oh, come on now. No, you could definitely climb this before. Ah, wow. Wow. What are we doing here? Facebook, yeah, Facebook Marketplace, gang. That's the new Craigslist. All right, 22.10.56. That's easy. 22. 10. This mouse scroll is not very accurate. 10. Oh, that's what it sounds like. You hear that? Oh, okay. Next one, we're in there. Need that. Okay. Light work. Oh, we got to upgrade. Okay. Reinforcements. All right. Put away. Nice. Press F2. Oh, I just saw that. Let's put that away. All right. And we got revolver bullets. And honestly, I should try to get the next one, the next safe, by listening. I've never done that in The Last of Us. I'm gonna try. Alright, let's go upstairs. Oh, we got a bot. We got a bot. We made it. Mods. Mods, crush your skull.
Watch your step.
We got 2 bots now. See, this is the trailer, man, right here. This is where they said, hey, we're not doing Jack and Daxter no more. We're making big kid games. We are making murderous, depressing games now. No more this kiddie shit. It's just, you know, we got 2 bots. We got a bot and a bot.
Righteous this week. Hey, I'm not complaining. I bet you're not. We done here? You got on the floor to check, man.
I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry in the mud.
Because we're thorough. We're gonna keep being thorough.
Oh, see, this was it, man. This was it right here. Like, oh shit. Naughty Dog is grown up. Okay. Let's get a new pipe. Someone definitely would have heard that in real life, but okay. You know I gotta search. I wish you could throw the pipe. Pause. Like on some Dying Light shit, that'd be cool. Oh! No, you didn't see me. You didn't see me. You didn't see me. No! There you go, Ellie. Give me that neck. Hide behind this king-size mattress. Ellie, you go out. Shiv 'em. I'll watch. Make me proud.
Spread out.
Spread them cheeks. Spread the cheeks. Come on, brother. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I'm dead. Nope. I played this game before. You can't do that. Your friend? No, don't shoot me. No, don't shoot me. Going back to back. Going back to back. Oh, I'm dead. See, I thought he was about to hit me. I don't know how to counter the hit.
Keep looking.
There's 2 again? Was that a pipe? Okay, he got a gun. He got a pipe. Come here, sir. Do you know your Lord and Savior? I'm gonna just bottle this guy. Yeah, I think he knows. I think he knows someone's in the bedroom.
Where'd you go?
Right here. Oh, shit. See, ah! I pressed F and I pressed E. I told you what was gonna happen. I told you I was gonna get hit. What's up? I gotta learn. Oh no, there's no dodge at all. I keep forgetting that. There's no dodge. Right? I'm so hungry right now. But you can counter though. There's counter for sure. I'll just practice on this guy then. Come here. Hey, Buster. I'm gonna rub on your booty cheeks a little bit. Nope. It's not the melee button. It's not the melee button. I mean, maybe Q? Once I learn this, I'm unstoppable. E? It's not E. How about R? Q? It's not Q. Can't you look at controls? I did, but it doesn't say like counter. Like it should say like counter or to like dodge. Oh, I can't. I love being hungry though. I love being hungry. I can't wait. What I'm about to eat. Melee, crouch, interact. It's not E. I tried that. Sprint, aim. Reload, quick throw, use. Like it's not counter on here. Slow move. Photo, move back. Backpack, weapon swap. Shoulder swap. Enhance. Like, come on, Neil Druckmann. Action. Is it action? F? Maybe it's F. I'm gonna say F. F in chat. Oh, I want food so bad. You got me thinking about burgers to a burger. Oh. Hello, sir. It's not F. Okay, I'm Googling. This doesn't count as like cheating. How to dodge. How to counter. In Last of Us. Oh, in 2013, no, I need the PC. Part 1 melee combat. Here we go. Come on, Reddit. Part 1 melee sucks and over with almost. You can see the enemy, they're gonna dodge. Time slows down. You can dodge during melee by pressing triangle. So what would triangle be in the remaster? What would that be? E. Oh, my bad. I smacked the mic. E. Maybe that's not a blockable hit, though, or something.
Oh, shit. Get down, get down.
Have my light on. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna play. If it slows down though, and he's like, I might press it. I'm press the fuck out of E. Okay.
Oh shit. Get down, get down.
Excuse me. Let me get that pipe. Better be a pipey. SJTP, what does that mean? Super Jesus. Tony Parker. Oh. Shut up. Surely no one heard that. Oh, they're running. That was the loudest it could possibly have been. Nah, you didn't see me. Stop it. Kind of saying, and E is it? Yeah, E. E. So when it slowed down, though, I thought that was a slowdown animation, but it wasn't. This is for Ellie. This is for Ellie in the future. Huh? Another one. Jalapeno popper, Carl's Jr., babe. Oh, no, 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 no. What a bum. You're. Oh, here we go, here we go. Pipe versus wood. I just tried to use apex movement. I tried to slide out of that. I tried to crouch. I tried to, like I was going down a hill. And it worked. Thank you, Apex. Nah, like some habit onion rings sound good. Surely that won't alert me to where you're at. Whoa, calm down, buddy. There it is, there it is. I pressed E, I swear to God. What's up? What's up?
Oh, don't kill me, man. Please, please. Please, let me go.
Thanks for the pipe. Pause. I meant the bacon cheese. Ooh. Ooh. You gonna make me wanna get a DoorDash. You gonna make me get a DoorDash on these motherfuckers. You gonna make me pay for a Dash Pass. Anybody else? Look at these translucent. Oh, wait, no. That's just glass. I was like, look at these transparent. They forgot to put a texture on this. But it does kind of look off. But that's just glass. About to dash in your mama. About to dash in your mama door for real. About to dash into your girl. And she gonna get the tip, you feel me? If you know what I'm saying. Oh, there's definitely stuff out here. I sent an email to a lot of people about, yeah, me too. They should have gave me a discount. Like, don't just let the email sit there. Like, you don't gotta apologize. I don't know you. I don't know you, DoorDash. They're like, we're so sorry for this email. When they send like 5 different notifications when your food gets to the door. It's okay. But as soon as I order something, my parents are gonna be like, oh, you want to go out to dinner or something? Yeah, don't make me panic. Like, yeah, like they leak my fucking address or something. We actually tweeted a picture of your front house on our main Twitter. We're gonna give you 5% off your next order over $30. Okay, let's go. I kind of want to ditch my like find everything plan and just get through the game, but I also don't want to. Okay, let's see. I got 30. Weapon sway's done. Whoa, Ellie? Probably Shiv Master. I heard a door open. Fuck, I'm hungry. Last order, which maybe someone thought. Oh, damn. Yeah, they sent me like we sent you the wrong email. But they actually fucked up. That they should give you a discount then. I've had them do that before. Yeah, because in DoorDash bills, you'd be mad as hell. Oh, we say something here, don't we, Ellie? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Ellie, say something. Ellie, I don't want to miss the trophy. Ellie, ain't this fucked up? Sorry, was it just me? Oh, okay, okay. Oh. You get him. You right here, gang. Gotta slice the door. You gotta slice it. Slice it. Slice it. Slice it. Okay, we're clear. Slice it. Slice makes me think of pizza. Already had pizza today, though. It's actually like the new Black Ops. Is that in the new Black Ops? All I saw was the ground movement. I remember just this meme of like a cop going to a door and like how they're supposed to slice it or something. Actually, I kind of would like to see some Black Ops gameplay right now. I'm gonna do this and think about food. Black Ops 6 slicing.
So world connectivity
Epicod direct for it.
is movement and reactions.
Oh, I could. Okay, next event. I wish there was still E3. I could do a stream of the next like PlayStation experience.
To the world based on their choices. A great example that really shines is a
Is
global
my forehead.
called corner slicing, where as you round a corner or go through a doorway, your weapon's going to dynamically rotate in the direction that you're rounding that corner. And since it's dynamic, more dramatic if you're slowly clearing a room, but won't affect you at all if you're barreling full speed around that same corner. We are constantly looking for opportunities to set the
I remember that used to be a
movement
big
and
deal when you could like
efficiency.
peek out a corner. It was like you can peek but not go. COD Next is coming up soon. Is it? COD Showcase? I'm so hungry. COD. Bro, I swear, you got the Neuralink, bro. I need you on my team. Whenever something happens, I need you on my team. You be knowing every fucking thing about everything. COD Next. Oh, that's what it's called? COD Next. Get your pre-order skin now. August 28th. Base 2023. Okay, and then Black Ops drops. I'm gonna say what? September, October, November, December? October 25th. Okay. We got some coming up. All right. DoorDash. What do we do? What do we do here? Some sushi, like just some California rolls. Yeah, that sounds really good. That sounds really good. Hold up. Burger Lounge, nah. Avocado toast, nah. Five Guys, nah. Dave's Hot Chicken. I've been doing DoorDash orders there. It smells so fucking good in that store. But I don't like hot chicken that much. Oh, man. I want Five Guys to enter my... I'm going to just let you sit on that. I'm going to let you sit on that. Pause. Chili's. But it's 30... It's going to be so expensive. Papa John's, Daddy John's, no. I think sushi. Or a pretzel. Ooh, a good pretzel from Pretzels. That's too much, though, for a pretzel. Oh, man. God, when you're hungry and you're just searching food. Papa John, the person who said the thing. Yeah, it's a different Papa now. They replaced him and took him out back. He's not with us anymore. But hey, out of all the fast food chains, I was hating on Domino's. My brother put me on the Domino's. They have upgraded. I'm still going Papa John's if I got no choice. But you got to get local. There's always a local pizza place. Okay, I'm getting sushi. Let's see, 25 minutes, 22 minutes. Yep. You're freaking welcome. Yeah. I just think of that meme with him looking mad as fuck. Wait, is this not the one I ordered before? I want that same shit I had last time. I like Domino's Garlic Crust. Garlic Crust does sound good. As long as that motherfucker's soft. Or if you get like a New York style and it's like crunchy, right? But not like burnt. Yeah, I would eat pizza every day if it didn't fucking kill me. Like, you can't really, I mean, you can't have a bad pizza. If the bread is like way too thick or something, too much sauce, like, nah. But even then, it's still. It's my hot take. Pizza's good. Oh yeah, it is. Tiger roll. Do I get a tiger roll? I do want a tiger roll. Yes. Yes. Yeah. One place too many times and you'll know it's false. Yeah, that's every place. That was me. I'll go on like streaks where I'll just be addicted to some. Like, what was it? It was like the Taco Bell cinnamon twists. Like, I had that like every day for like a week. And they started getting a little nasty. You started like, ugh. This taste started sticking in your mouth. Pause. It's like video games. Yes. Like, I had to take a break from games. Like this past year or so. And now I'm like, oh, I want to play everything again. It's the best. It's just life. Life imitates life. Everything's the same. Okay. 31.69, but I'm selling my Nanoleafs for $2.50, so it's basically gonna pay for it. Okay. I mean, why play a game when you know it's fall? Yeah, like just take you gotta take stuff now, so you don't gotta 100% that game. You don't gotta get every skin. Just if you're not having a good time, just do a flip, you know? Just go do a flip. Okay, I forget the context if I'm seeing right now or not. Okay, this is where we came from. It's okay to feel sad sometimes. Ellie, say something. We're gonna miss the achievement. Come on, right there. You're right next to it. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Easy way out, huh?
It ain't easy.
I played this game before.
It was better than letting a clicker or a hunter do it for him. Trust me, it ain't easy.
I have anxiety. My anxiety's acting up. Ooh. See, look, DoorDash already sent me a notification. I don't want to double dash. If I was going to double dash, I would have double dashed. Yeah, Joe getting old on us. Oh. Be careful. Hello, mister. Have you ever heard of a bottle? Have you ever heard of bottle? Damn. Any bottlers? Any bottlers in chat? Let it get shaky. I park his son. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it. I did not. Oh, whoa. You get a shotgun. And I get a shotgun. God damn. Oh, this sushi about to slap my mama. This shit about to be so good. Damn, they gonna make me collect the shit again? Let's just go Rambo. Where homeboy at?
I got nothing over this way.
Right, correct. No, he just told you he ain't got nothing. Any bottlers? Sorry, buddy. Yeah, run away. Oh, I got 2 bottles. Any bottlers? Hey, watch this, dude. Oh, no. Elite military tactics. Oh. Joel's hungry, too. Joel need a Snicker. Oh, God. Oh, whatever them health bars they get. Yeah, right there. He's right there. Yeah. Good soldier.
Anything? Nah, I got nothing.
No, you don't see this. You don't see this. Oh, you little.
The whole way.
I've fallen and I can't get up. P.O.P. Hold it down. Mama, I love you. Ellie, I love you. P.O.P. Hold it down. Do I really have to be patient? Do I really have to be patient? He's turned around. Wow. Oh, oh. Jeez. You're once human character. Oh, okay, that's the ultimate motivation. I'm about to bench 300 pounds on this shit. Thinking about Vanessa Hudgens. What her thick ass. I don't know what was going on in her game world. She had a little bit of everything going on. But this is for you, Vanessa. Turn your homeboy around. You turn around right there. Get down. Oh, switching weapons is kind of trash with the wheel. It's kind of trash. Ah. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What's up, 1v1? Oh. Oh, you had to bring in the backup. You had to bring in the backup. I'm sorry, Vanessa. Yeah, with her 2 ponytails that I was trying to decide between whether to keep it or not. I was trying to decide what I was going to do with that head. What I'm going to do with that head. But see, she can respond, so she understands that I need to respond sometimes. She's just another character. Okay, I'm going to go here, actually. No, you didn't see me. You didn't see me.
Get him in the hallway.
Flicky. Next. Next. Come here, buddy. I saw you. I saw you. Stop playing. Give me that head. One more. And oh, he didn't have a gun. That's a waste. Oh, you little NPC. You're a little NPC. Kind of like the 9. The 9mm probably weak as hell though. Just like once I start talking too much, like my tongue like dries out or some shit. Still waiting for your order. At the end of the delivery, could you help me with 5 stars in my rating? Are you stupid? Why would you ask people? Could my feedback rating? Are you crazy? You know how many Karens would be like, fuck you. You're lucky I'm the coolest motherfucker ever. You don't ever message your person. Oh! Some Karen is gonna low rank her so fast. Oh. Oh, why he back in the room like he knew I was here but didn't see me? I want to Molotov somebody. Whose footprints are these? I probably shouldn't, but I want to. Well, am I still installing shaders? Yeah. Come on. The voice acting in this game is really accurate. You won't. You won't. Ooh, knocked him off his feet. Look at that animation. That was beautiful. Oh, who? How'd I get flanked? How? I already cleared that whole spot. Mocap need actually. I seen him. I seen him doing that type of move. Neil Druckmann better pay up. Oh, I missed. I see you. Oh. Ellie, you just wasted a brick. How dare you? What you running for? I gotta. Oh no. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. 360. Oh. Okay, Michaela just went live. Let's see what Michaela's talking about. Is there drama? Please be drama. Mm.
Jump scare.
He just dodged you. He gotta teach me.
Jump scare.
He gotta teach me how he did that. Oh. Oh yeah, Joe dropped out. That should have been my title.
And a mask.
We're gonna have a black. We just had a black man president. We're gonna have a black woman president. After the Trumpers gonna be pissed off, it's over. That motherfucker's gonna be extra mad.
Biden or Trump? Kamala or what's her name? Kamala or ice cream?
What? Oh. Sleepy Joe fell asleep.
I can't hear any. Oh, I have.
He got knocked out the race.
I might. Shit. I don't have my thing open. How do I test this?
Picking up my order. Fur. Gets here in like 8 minutes. Okay. Ooh, Kai and Speed. That's gonna be 1 billion views.
Hello. Dude, my computer's.
Okay, this is gonna be everywhere. Sleepy Joe decided he needed a nap. He said, "I've had enough." After all that shit talk, I back Joe Biden. I feel fine. What's today?
Thank you very much. What is he, Nelson? I don't even know where he is.
No more memes from Joe. Now we just got a strong black woman in the office.
All your
She
tweets
about to stand on business across the
is still on
United
Tuesday.
Nations.
Oh, Breath of the Wild being the worst game of all time.
Dude, this sitting posture is underrated. This is nice.
Deodorant on, I'm clearly clean. That makes 0 sense. If
Let's
someone
go through.
deodorant, they are
He's a scary
Ah!
villain, like Silent Hill. Or
She
maybe
not as
people are
funny
just
as Joe.
dying, and it's just terrifying out of nowhere.
I want Drake to be. Oh, hell nah. Hell nah. Drake's polls have dropped. Is that Andrew Wiggins? Drake need a couple years off. Actually, no, he just need to drop an album, then he could be president. They will let him. He could be president of Canada. Kanye. Oh yeah, isn't it 20? This was supposed to be Kanye.
Lesson of our founders who gathered in Pennsylvania
It was his year.
centuries ago, and it's the lesson our party must learn from now.
Oh, this is what I want to get back to. I need to get my sim racing set up. Oh, he's at Laguna Seca. But he dropped graduation. I'm sorry, y'all. I know I went crazy. Let's just forget everything I did past, what, 2014, 2016?
Hey, check in.
Oh, he's driving a Miata, too.
Let's start, bros.
Okay, QT.
We're gonna do half a cup of butter.
Oh, they're almost here. Oh, yes. Cutie gonna fuck around and have a slip.
Herbs, how do I do that? I said, what is he running for president? Bitch, don't ignore my message. How am I supposed to answer that retard?
Oh, this sushi about to slap, and it's not gonna fill me up. It's fucking cool. Let's do a Rambo run.
Yeah, I know Sailor looks nothing like me. It is what it is. Okay,
Punish Joel.
Get away from him!
Oh, that's Ellie. Well, their cuties did. Hey, she got the loosey goosey on today. That was actually fun as fuck to play like that.
In a bakery, yes, I did for many.
Ludwig gonna have to bring in his damn copyright lawyers. She gonna have to delete some VODs.
I found you. You can manage my.
Oh, he's right down the street.
Emotes, manage. No, just spell that. Alright. She's Tyler's, you were just a host for his freak jeans. Yeah.
Bunk.
Shocked how many soft simps there are in your YouTube comments. I don't know where that came from.
I mean,
People, like, I know I don't
even if they small, they can still fall out.
to really know.
If that's the I mean, you're I meaning.
But those people legitimately.
Oh, I have to do this again?
Guess they took the easy way out, huh?
Yeah.
For many, it was better than letting a clicker or hunter.
Get him!
Behind the dresser! Why you guys are so and I don't know how to tell them that that's like
If I was lovely, I would lock it down. If I was lovely, I would be singled in a mug.
nice on Twitter. What?
Bro's on top of the world skis.
That is the first time anyone has ever said that shit to me. I see nice on Twitter? That's crazy. Anon, thanks for gifting a sub to Darion. You're nice.
No, I don't want to craft. I want to use it. I want to use it. No, I don't want to craft it.
But on Twitter, no, I'm a bitch for sure. I mean,
I'm tired of getting one tapped. Actually, I don't want to. No, that's some pussy shit. No.
women, it's men, and I don't really need to explain. Get my bit still. I don't really need to explain why I'm rude to men. They're just men, okay? They're just men. There's like
The fact that she asked me for a 5-star rating makes me not want to give a 5-star rating. It makes me not want to rank her. And this nigga is camping. Move.
outside of active hours.
Do I get dome piece if I'm a pop up? I'm pop up. 3, 2, 1.
No.
I don't want to die.
How do I?
Come here, bitch.
Alright, I paused because it was about to restart in 3 minutes. What the fuck? I look like a sister. I knew I was gonna trigger people today.
Is she bad though? Who?
Stupid. I'm so stupid. Like, I know when I say stuff it's gonna trigger people, and then I always reply to them. And
Oh, the DoorDasher.
I need to not reply.
Let me check the ring.
What'd you do this time? I said I wasn't gonna vote.
Actually, I don't even have this house's ring yet. I'll never know.
Oh my god.
I mean, if she was bad, she wouldn't be doing DoorDash. She would be eating hot chip and lying and having OnlyFans.
I knew what I was signing up for, especially before I tweeted it. I was in the car. I was literally about to walk into Chipotle, and I'm like, should I tweet this? And then I said fuck it, and then I started replying to people. Like, I gotta not reply. I just gotta let people type. Honestly though, I don't even know if I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna be honest. Because like, I know it's important to vote, obviously. No shit. Everyone should vote. The problem is, I still have a New York license. I'm not gonna say how long I've been living in Missouri, but when I voted for Biden, I literally flew back home to vote. That's how long I've had a New York license. So if I vote again, I'll have to fly back to New York to vote because I don't have a Missouri license. Is that even legal? Like, I'm a Missouri resident.
I got mail like a motherfucker. She was driving a Prius. The most
voter fraud?
DoorDasher car of all DoorDasher cars, a fucking Prius.
But I have a baby now, so I can't fly home to vote. And I don't want to get my license. It's just such a process.
I'm thirsty as fuck. Do I have water in here? I need water.
I'm gonna get sprinkles out.
Was she bad or no? I didn't see her.
Tastes so much better.
You gotta just have them leave at the door and then leave. I don't get to see them. I just saw her Prius driving off. Oh. Yep, missed opportunity, dude. I'm selling my house. This dude gave me a whole fucking binder. I never even met this guy. The fuck is this?
Health inspector come, obviously, and they were talking about the sprinkles because the sprinkles look
This
like.
dude gave me a
mouse
whole
poop.
fucking binder. What the fuck? This dude did a school project. There's no way this is worth doing
So we
it.
had to be better at sweeping up the
Versus just
sprinkles afterwards.
emailing someone like, hey, I can sell your house for you at this price. You give me a book? Why would you want me to sell it myself? Isn't that your... How to sell your home so you don't need me. Okay. Or maybe the book is like, it's really hard. You should let a experienced professional do it for you.
Okay. Butter is starting to melt. It's almost done. Once it's done, we're ready to go. How does everyone who is baking, how does your cake look? Does it look good? I really should have put makeup on.
Oh. Nah, Ludwig should lock down cutie. That's like a Jay-Z Beyonce type shit. The chat is actually moving forward. Hey Loki, you cooking more than they chat.
This is the start of your frosting. So this is butter, milk, and vanilla.
I mean, it's kind of cozy though. You can actually see what the fuck. Like, it'd be nice to be a big streamer, but have a kind of slow chat, so you can actually like see the people talking. Show the food. Show the food. Ah.
Can you hear me? How do I sound now, chat?
Turn cut.
Speed like oiled up. Ooh. I clicked Russell. I do not want to watch Russell. I see Ludwig and Cootie together. Yeah, unless there's some drama. Oh yeah.
It's automatic.
Oh yeah. I don't think Cutie would ever leave. I think if it was anyone, Ludwig would dip. But he probably seemed like he just want to chill and have a stay-at-home chick.
How to...
That like racks up YouTube money with him.
Add OBS.
Oh, wait, so yeah, Speed was over there. He ready for a different type of collab on him. Come on, man. Hey, cheers, brother. I don't know what you eating today, but cheers. Did she just ruin her stream with fuck? About to do some off camera. Oh god.
I understand it. I think I get it.
Freak yeah, niggas.
Oh yeah.
Oh look.
Oh yeah, I got you, Jamal. Don't worry. I got you.
Back your ass up, boy! Back your ass up, boy! Yo, you can't pull me!
Man, they gonna fuck around hanging themselves. I will. You gotta give him credit for this. This is pretty damn creative. Whoa. Like, I ain't seen Mizkif doing no shit like that. I ain't seen Hassan doing no shit like that. Like, my internet's fucked up. Yeah, if he's swinging like that, that should start. You start spinning. Chat, help, chat. Someone call 911.
Bro, this is natural. How do you start just sweating out of nowhere?
It's natural, G.
All right, come on, that's all natural. Yo, can we play? Let's lock in.
That coke, you got that coke nose. You got that coke sweat. You following Alvez? Oh, I'm about to rock your world. I'm about to rock your world.
5, 4, 3,
Do I follow Alvez?
2, 1.
Yo, Jamal. Jamal. I need you up here. For support. Come here.
Chat.
No, it went on my.
Chat.
Here we go.
Chat. Here we fucking
Here
go,
we
boy.
go.
Talking about, man.
Chat.
Here we go.
Time to focus.
Now this is a team effort game, brother.
This is a team
saying that, like, is literally the best merch I got from a streamer, from a musician. Is it muted? I said that's the best merch I ever got. Like, it's so high quality, but then the ones she made after that weren't as nice designs. Like, I'm buying every one. Yeah, nah, Maya's dope as fuck. Like, she's like, I feel like amongst all the crazy bullshit that streamers do, she's just like this wholesome, but like not too wholesome. It was muted when you, oh, yeah. Good luck. I gotta figure that out later. Oh, look at it. We got the emote. We got the 7TV emote. I got to fix that. My Go XLR.
No, I don't have noise suppression. I don't have it.
Yes, you do. Cause look, when you barked, I didn't hear you for real, dog.
Oh, turn it off. Okay, got you.
Yeah,
I turned off the AC. It got hot as fuck so fast.
All right, now I'm about to see you the password.
The sushi is bomb, dude. The shrimp on top is so good.
Hello, do I sound good? Do I sound good? Hello.
What are you doing? Make it two. Oh yeah. 2 players. Wait, it says beginner mode, normal mode, or lava mode.
Nigga, we go. Chat, where do we go?
Chat, what does this mean? It says beginner mode, normal mode, lava mode, open chain.
Wait, anybody who play chain together, to play a game with your friend like this, what do we click on? Local multiplayer or host a game?
I didn't expect.
It's in normal mode. It's in normal mode, speed.
Normal mode?
I'm fitting in with my homies, bro.
Okay, open chain.
I'm fitting in with the game.
What does that mean? I don't know.
I'm gonna link with Kai one of these days.
Yeah, chat, open or close? Which one? Which one we doing?
They said, hold on, they said.
No, wait, why they saying, yeah, open. They're saying open.
I don't know.
Fat nigga don't want to take his shirt off.
Nah, open. My chat saying open.
Oh, they say it don't matter since it's 2 players. All right, choose whatever.
All right, bet. All right. Yo, we was in the chat. Damn. Okay, now it's a loud echo.
You clicked it?
Dude, food is like
Click what?
as you get older, it's just like you just look forward to food.
All right, now look. Send me the password. I'm about to see the password.
You just look forward to being hungry for that next meal.
Okay, I'm about to put it in.
No matter what's going on in life, if you get some good ass food, everything's good.
Okay, now I'm about to see it. That's it.
Yeah, motherfucker's shining.
I just hit the T.
Looking like a rare Pokemon.
Can you check if it's echoing?
I got it.
That's me. No, I ain't gonna lie. Kai, turn back on noise compression. Kai, turn on noise.
Yeah, it's cause it's summer, bro. Ain't nobody got their shirt on.
Got you. It's on, bro.
Yo. All right, it's better now.
I bet.
All right, bet.
Now,
Too hot for that shit.
wait, I don't see it, gang.
Bro, I sent you the password. That's the password, nigga. Bro, they don't got black characters. What the fuck? They don't got black characters, bro.
Nigga, your shit not even here, nigga.
Bro,
What?
Alright, idiots and cars. I love this. Yo, run his fucking door off. I gotta get my dash cam back.
God, how are you driving in this? Oh, fuck that. Oh! Don't look.
Oh fuck. She banned, I'm banned. Last one. Yeah, those pages that are like, if only there was a page that showed people dying. Like, I've been seeing so many of those. If only there was a page that posted car meat crashes.
Damn.
So fucking good.
Why do these people always? Why do they back up when once you hit them? like people who do this almost hit the people behind you. Like, what the fuck?
It's too good. I'm so happy right now. I'm so happy.
Gotta be mother. No. What? Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
Babe, calm down. Babe, it's okay. All right. I'm fully loaded now. I'm trying to finish this damn game today. That would be the ideal thing. Oh, does the scale move when you step on it? It looks like it moves. It looks dynamic. I can't even go on it. Oh, excuse me. Sorry if you heard that. Can't even see the shit. Come on, Neil. Oh! You just gonna stand there, gang? I probably was playing The Last of Us. that was a nice little lunch break. We just had a full ass lunch break. No, don't turn around. Just let me sleek you. Come here, big boy. That was a good streamer intermission right there. Whoa, I'm bad. Ellie, calm down. Don't twerk. I'm dead. Ah! Dr. Disrespect made this game. Nah, eRob221 made this game. I flicked so fast. I literally clicked. I was perfectly aimed. You said, Ellie, no twerking. Ooh, I got a clip for you. Let's just look up eRob Last of Us. Oh, it doesn't pop up. Oh. Eric, don't talk about Ellie from The Last of Us. YouTube.
Cream pie herd.
I don't get it. That Ellie girl, dude, the Ellie girl and that fucking dance I was playing, bro, I don't give a fuck if she's 15, bro. If she's 15, I'm 15.
Hell yeah.
Hey. Old enough to pee is old enough for me, you feel me?
Oh yeah.
You smell me?
Age on the clock, old enough for the
You smell me? I had a crush on Ellie, but I was gonna say, how old was I? Last of Us came out 2013. Yeah, nah. I remember people saying that, oh, she's so fine though. Like, she wasn't gonna work either way. I'm straight, so that wouldn't work either way. Why can't I don't get, I'm confused on that. My mind is not working on that. Because Ellie, that can go a lot of ways since Ellie's bi too. Or is she bi? No, Ellie's straight gay. No, That was a misspeak. Actually, she could be, though. Didn't she do something with... Nah, that was Dina. Dina's by. He tried to 360 me. Thank you. Oh. Get this dude. Yeah, it came out in 2013, so I was 17. Dang, bro wanted to die. He wanted to die. Oh, I knew it. He wouldn't throw the damn bottle. I didn't even hear him. I'm like, oh wait, there's someone come from behind. Pause. Yeah, Dina was switching teams. Dina was prime LeBron. But I mean, shout out to Jesse. So now they can have a little baby. Little baby JJ. Little JJ Redick. I feel like it's more impressive to be stealthy here, but it's more fun to try and just always unload. No. Wah, wah. So where does that dude come from then? Huh?
Is he over there? He's not here! Shit! He's over there!
I don't want to die.
Here he is! He's in here!
Why do I even speak? Why do I speak? Why do I say things? Dina is Italy during World War II. Low key, is Dina Italian? Is low key? What is Dina? Is Dina Latina? Is he not dead? Bitch ass nigga. Low key, Dina could pass as Italian. She got that olive skin. Bro, stop hard freaking scoping. Oh my god. Your cheese. I'm just better. Why do I talk? I need to shut the fuck up. I thought she was Latina. Latina Dina? What do I shirt? Dina nationality. Oh, she's Jewish. She's like the girl from Call of Duty. What's her name? Farah? Oh, I thought I just pushed Ellie down. Okay, here we go. Look how fast I got that information. You could not do that 50 years ago. Yeah, fair, right? Yeah, I know a little bit. I played a little bit of the modern COD. Is he? Wow, look at the brain on. Did no one hear that? Nice. Please, no one say, oh. Oh, you fucking bastard. You bastards. Oh, shit! That scared the fuck out of me. Give me your wood, buddy. I hit E. 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 He jump scared the fuck out of me. I hit the button. It's not E. So what? Tutorials. Here we go. They're trying to teach me. To hide. E to stealth skill. Fight or flight. Oh, I'm sitting wrong on my knees. Movement, stealth, weapons and equipment, melee. Here we go. That's it. And they on some bullshit. Here we go. This is the one.
Whoa.
I don't know why I'm doing this. This is stupid. God damn. Run, Joel, you son of a bitch. I'm a gamer. I could take an alternate route. Let's try a different way. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. We've played Far Cry 3. Let's take the stairs. Your only Far Cry game. Yeah, see, but it left the impact on me. Shout out to Nacho. Remember that? You had the weed mission when they're burning the farm down. So it's an iconic game. Oh, I'm just on the other side of the room. Oh no, this is totally different. What am I saying? Mm-hmm. Peeking corners for what? If you ain't gonna shoot, what you peeking for? I feel like the song from that part was like wasn't it an iconic song? Far. Yeah, they got the song. Yeah, it was Jamaican as hell. Or reggae as hell. Yeah. I feel like I kept dying and I heard that like 1,000 times. Like I couldn't find like the last thing you need on that part. So it just kept playing. Classic fucking banger. And he was standing there, menacingly. Is that a person? What is that? No, it's a plate. Ellie, chill. You know a game is good if you're in stealth and you're like talking quieter. Stupid ass.
Right here.
Oh, nah. I will not lose to this fucking level. Imagine I'm on permadeath. Oh, I literally I switched the weapon. I was so ready. No excuses though. I should have went safe. I should have went into the room. I should be able to stealth him right here though. I'm gonna just keep tapping E. No, no, no. It's fucking hard scoper. Yeah, run away. Right here. Let's just keep a view, you know what I'm saying? Let's just keep a view. I hear his footstep. Oh, that's Ellie. Oh shit, no it's not! Did I just get sandwiched? Why is this kicking my fucking ass? I've been here 1,000 times. And I got the PC buff. I want to play Ghost of Tsushima. I gotta get money, man. I gotta sell my house so I can buy all these $60 fucking PlayStation games. Maybe let me just stealth this guy. It's gonna be super nice on PC too. I just know it's gonna be nice. I almost want to get an ultra wide and play it on that first. Like that'd be so nice. No. I have to beat the DLC still too. Ellie, we just saw people in a bathtub. I think we're good. Oh. Come here. High school aged male NPC. This is why it was in the demo. Look at all these angles. That's my problem. I'm not using all the angles. Oh no, I don't want to go all the way up yet though. I need to search. Oh, I think someone comes down the stairs too. I feel like someone walks down there. This is it. No one heard that glass. Oh, do I have Molotov? Molotov time. Come here, y'all. Oh, imagine, imagine. Oh, listen to Ellie go, oh, like she just had her innocence fucking completely taken from her. This is it.
Where the hell did you go?
Right here. Oh. Imagine. Say something, Joel. Say something. Well, we got health right there. Oh. Oh, no. He's talking to somebody. No, wait. No. Oh, I got that candy bar. They are running. The candy bar. At least Ellie was someone. Yeah, that was such a cute like sound though. Like, like I felt bad for her. I never heard that. I feel like they added stuff. Yeah, give me that neck, boy. That was not a kill shot. I don't know what that animation was. Joel. Now I gotta go get the conversation at the bathtub again. Joel, say something. What a nice... You forget you're in a nice... Look at that. They put a name on a restaurant over there. What's that? Some water. That's where I came from. So we can go this way. There was someone here last time. Oh, yes, there we go. There we go. Round 2. Okay. Yeah, they made this game around like having hearing mode, so grounded is a bit... I mean, that's why it's grounded though. Okay, so I already came this way. So I gotta find the stairs again. Oh, there's definitely health in this thing. Come on. Come on. Oh no, I thought that was a vending machine. Let's follow the arrows. Follow the arrow. Follow the arrow. There we go. Okay. Any ammo? That's a gun. No ammo? Okay. Next floor. Yeah, Ellie, you go check it out first.
It looks like there's a ladder inside this elevator.
Hold up, let me try to open
Oh, is this the elevator? I'm not ready if it's the elevator. It gotta be. Oh no. Not like this.
Let's see where this goes.
Yup. Oh wait. Oh yeah. Oh.
Just in case.
Ah, shit. I do have shotgun ammo. Bring your ass.
You find me something to climb on. Here we go. There we go.
Oh. Bro, you're dead. You're paralyzed. Let's go, Joel. Beast mode. Beast mode.
I'm alright. You okay?
No! You scared the shit out of me!
Yeah, his old ass. Get his old ass. You ain't LeBron. I can't hear you, Ellie. I'm underwater. Hey, bitch, I can't see. Shh. Somebody smell like. There we go. Not like this.
That could be it.
You can swallow, but not a golf club. Hey, man. That golf club was on another level, though. That golf club was. I'd rather have the elevator. That shit gave me PTSD. Just thinking about that. Can I climb this? I can.
I think I tried over there yet.
Time for season 2 is HBO. HBO. Whoa. I remember that. HBO, we gotta get through House of the Dragon. In this Last of Us season. Okay, I already was in here. Right, yeah. Oh, this part's spooky too. Any loot? Any looters? See, I hate bodies that are supposed to be dead in games because you just know. You know they're gonna cheese you. You know they're gonna wake up and grab you. Erob not like a Bro, I love Erob's chat for how they treat him for this game.
Maybe that doorway.
Come on. Give me some. What do I got? Can't even check right now. Shotgun, no revolver.
Over there. I need to find a way around this gate.
He got lost in the saw. It was a. I wasn't around watching streaming back then, but it was a different time. There's some crazy clips out there. This is the way I cure. No, it's not. I gotta play Metal Gear Solid on stream. I don't know why this made me think of Metal Gear.
Damn it, spores.
Come on, man.
Oh shit.
Look at the eyes. You know, some girls were like, "Oh my god, no, I can't. I can't." Oh yeah, the convenient battery's dying. Quiet though. Hey, Quiet is of age. I can say whatever I want. Quiet versus whoa. Dang, that was someone running. I saw that shit. Versus Vanessa Hudgens. I don't think Quiet had all the cake that my girl had. Take place, yeah, with the Sahelanthropus, the big ass Metal Gear. Surely that wasn't after the Metal Gear Rex and Ray. Okay, so we know the key's in here. You gotta go like right here. And it for some reason isn't there now. So the stairs are... Or no, no, it's not in there actually. No, I'm wrong. It's in here. Come on now. Let me pick it up. I see it. I literally see it. I see it. Oh, I'm hitting E. Oh, okay. Oh, that's not it. Oh, it is it. But now you need power. They were cooking. They were cooking. I'm scared. I forgot they come after you get the key. Oh god, did they change this? Oh, if someone pops out of that motherfucker, that's some Resident Evil shit. Oh, I see. Oh, they added these motherfuckers. Nah, that's new. Nah, they did not have to do this. No. And I have no reticle right now. Why? Where's my reticle? I can say anything for the OG Metal Gear. No, I played every Metal Gear except like Acid and the ones that don't count. Bitch. Oh, I have no ammo. I have no ammo. Joel. Dude, my HUD is broken. My HUD is broken. What is this? So the OG Metal Gear, yeah, because they retconned it. I tried to beat. Oh my god, I gotta fight him. No. Okay, I have nothing. I can't even see what has bullets. I tried to play the original Metal Gear, but it was just too. It was too old school. It was too difficult. Oh, even Joel knows. I have no HUD. Where's my HUD? This is so hard. So the boss you find out. Yeah, because they had to make sense why that big boss wasn't the big boss. Oh, and then he comes back again, and then the second big boss. He gets his body parts because he's destroyed in 2. From Salt. Actually, I'm probably about to spoil it if you haven't played the other Metal Gears. Okay, there's my HUD. Oh god. I have no bullets. I'm just running. I'm cheesing. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, bro. Let me in. Let me in. No, Joel, you idiot. Act like you've been here before. Joel. Oh, it's over. It is so over. Ah. And then you play him in the third, which is the first Ken and Uncle. Yeah. Unless you've played like Acid. Oh, it's already on. The power's already on. Okay. I know damn near everything about Metal Gear that is to know. Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm so dead. I don't even want to see this death animation. Run, Joel. No, I don't want that. No. I'm gonna cheese it. Watch this cheese. Watch this cheese. What was that beeping noise? Oh, that was the door. Bro, I would do quite. That's the coldest take. That is the most heavy one. Iceberg take. Let me think. I would do the damn AI pod with her sexy ass voice. Call me Doctor Strange. Love about to get strange. This motherfucker. Come on, Joel. Nah, they patched this shit. Nah. I would do quiet before she got burnt. Oh, in the intro? Intro? Nah, she was evil then. She hadn't fallen for Big Boss yet. I need her when she softened up. She was evil back then. She gonna kill you in your sleep type shit. Actually, here we go. Hit him with the stun. He used the stun. Bro, where's my stun? Where's my stun at? I can fix her. Alright, bro. She gonna damn assassinate you with some crazy technique she learned. Say, babe, I was just playing. I forgot to take the trash out. Okay, I gotta hit him with an arrow. Oh, look at this motherfucker. Get out the way. You gotta touch the door. No. There we go. We're in. No, there's too many. It's a sacrifice I have to make. Alright, bro. It was good knowing you. Hopefully she does it quick. I forgot to clean. Yeah. But I'll do this. Oh, I love the red X. No! No, Joel, just open the door. Joel, just open the door. We're in. That might be a glitch checkpoint. Like that Young Thug meme. Oh, damn it. She kind of bad though with this creeper. I forget what they call these things. I only have bow and arrow. Stomp on him. Oh. It's so hard to switch with the scroll wheel. It's so hard. Damn, we taking Prime Meryl or Prime Quiet though? Meryl was the original. Throw it! I have a brick, it's okay. Okay. That was the most realistic brick. Proof that we wouldn't live if this is real life. Oh, bro, are you kidding me? I would have slightly not put my mask on right and breathed in all the spores. I would be so scared in the elevator room after it falls. Oh, look at me doing the same thing over and over again, though. Shoot it, Joel! Oh. Joel. I need to see if I have another weapon. There we go. Rifler. Any riflers? Any riflers? Any marksmen? Swipe it. Take the hit. We take the hit. Oh, I should have upgraded the sniper. I should have upgraded the sniper. Oh no. I never learned the dodge. I never learned it. I never learned it. I never learned the dodge. There is no dodge. I should have crafted the sniper. Go, Joel, you fool. I could actually brute force it maybe. And just kill everything moving. Oh, that's a waste. Oh, this motherfucker. Oh, y'all want to give me some space? Chill out, chill out. Everybody chill out. Everybody chill out. We're good. Don't you throw that bomb at me. Don't you do that. Don't do that. We're in. Surely that door will keep out a bloater. GG with Papa GG. Oh my god, GG, GG, GG. GG, how do you do? That's kind of cheese. You kind of walked in on some cheese. I almost want to open the door and go back, but I don't. That was fine. We can do that later. I have one rifle bullet. I think it's chill after that, though. Joel can't even fucking see right now. There's definitely a Firefly thing in here. There's definitely one in here. I've played this game before. Come on. Oh, we got a craft bench.
Let's do this.
Now I can upgrade the sniper rifle. But I don't want to. It's all about the revolver. Reload speed, fire rate. I don't need that though. Oops. What do I need? Oh yeah, GG, we had a bot in here earlier. I needed a mod. You weren't here. You're demoted. Reload speed, recoil. Now I need more bullets. That's all. I don't need shit. I have the holster. It was bot gaming, so that's what I said. I said there's two bots in here. I'll just do the Magnum. The Magnum dong. Look at this animation. Thank you, Neil. Look at what Neil did with this animation here. God, he's just so good. He's so handsome. I'm adding Neil to my tags. Neil Druck. That's my fucking dad. Okay. Fire rate, yes, please. Oh. Okay, we got 160. I'm rich in this bitch. Nah. Shotgun's the second most important. Reload speed. Recoil, nah. Yeah, we'll go this. I feel like I'm halfway through the game. Like, we're taking Ellie across. Yeah, I'm about to finish this game. What time is it? 4:30? This should be like a 6:30 ending. Oh no, we gotta get through snow. We gotta get through winter. Does this game have New Game Plus? Yes, it does. And that will be my permadeath run. I'm not gonna ever do a raw dog permadeath. But permadeath should be way easier on this game than recoil than part 2. Okay, bang bang. There you go, Joel. One twist of this screwdriver. Oh. Look at this. How did he do that from scrap parts? You got a whole butt of a gun? This nigga is Jesus. Okay. Recoil some more. Oh, I'm sweating like speed in this bitch. Okay, that's enough for now.
That should help us out.
God, that voice is just so iconic. What a sexy man. What a sexy man Joel is. What is this? Oh. Okay. Right, I came in this way. Right, I came in here. Well, I went in there. Okay, we're going this way. Is that a shiv closet? I almost skipped the shiv closet. Oh, not a shiv closet. That's all in this room? 10 parts? Okay. DoorDash wants me to dash right now. Fuck that. Oh, there's more.
Finish it. I got it.
This game looks so good.
You bet. Not today. You? Not today.
Like I had to learn how to play again, but I'm totally I'm totally in this for the night. Like it's over. Give me that head, boy. Headshot with the boskies. Give me that neck, boy. That's your man sounding like that, gang. Yo, this low health is kind of annoying. DoorDash stream. I'm literally, once I sell my house, I'm about to buy a second phone so I can actually do stream. It's impossible to do it with one phone. And like if people don't tip, I feel like it'd be funny to give them like a couple dollars and then like, oh, here you go, and be like, oh yeah, this is for the next one so you can tip them. Like just to get their reactions would be crazy. Motherfucker, where you going? I can see you. Any arrows? Yeah, here you go. That was gonna work. Let's home run somebody. Let's home run somebody. Oh, that's the emote I need. PFFT. Wait, do I have that? I think I did add that. I didn't add that. PFFT. Ah. DoorDash stream from a dash cam. That'd be hard. I don't know how you can get it into the phone. That would be sick though, because I could have multiple angles. I've seen someone pretend to... Oh, that would be good. That would be funny as fuck. Yeah, just literally... Imagine that video. That's so viral. Messing with people who don't tip. W viral. Can Joel get that throw off? I don't think he should be able to, but I'm gonna do it. It worked. Just nigga. Just nigga. Alright, Ellie. Come on out. Holy shit, Joel. Yeah, let's get a move on. Wait, where is Ellie? Rip. Ellie? That means they about to glitch and kill me or some shit. There's one person left somewhere. Come on, there's no food in the kitchen? Okay. Surely nothing bad will happen right there. Or no, that's just like... Is that it? That's definitely it. Firefly. Oh, parts. Where the fuck is Ellie? Ellie's already left to go to part 2. Okay. Oh shit, it is here. Oh no, it's not. This dude got knocked down twice. And look how young Joel looks under the water. So handsome. And look at the emotion you can see on his face. He was about to give up. He's in the fountain of youth. I think it only goes down here for Joel's looks from here on out, though.
He sure did.
I think Joel, this might be the peak of Joel right here.
And you just hang back like I told you to.
You just don't know it yet. He looked like Max Payne right there.
Glad I didn't, right?
Rob's favorite part.
Goddamn
I smell ya.
You know what? No. How about, hey, Ellie, I know it wasn't easy, but it was either him or me. Thanks for saving my ass. You got anything like that for me, Joel?
Look at her eyes. Look at the eye definition.
Lead the way.
Jackass? She should have dropped the jackass right there. Then Joe would have hit her with that motherfucking brick. That fold, you know how hard it is to fold a mattress like that? I've tried it, it doesn't work. See some lore, okay. Sarah, oh damn. Damn, what if a Joel could like exit out right now, like it's a quick time event? Take Dexter, okay, and Neville? Oh, that's his name. What the fuck kind of name is Neville? To your mom's. It's not safe here, don't worry, we'll take good care of her. Damn. Neville getting that long bottom. Okay. Oh, there's stuff over here. 100%. 100%.
Wait there, okay?
Sure, Joel.
I played this game before. She is not happy. I got 1/4 of a blade, whatever that means. Is that Savage Starlight? I love this comic. Holy shit, book 6. Book 6 part 1 remastered. They should make this real common. I'm surprised that they didn't already do that. I bet you someone has it on Etsy. What up, Ellie? I can't be like, hey, I found a comic. I found one of them comics you like. Sorry for being an asshole. Okay. They definitely, I would buy that and fucking, they should do that in one of the vinyls. Drop down, bitch.
We need to get back out, find that bridge.
Tell me where to go.
I hate this crap.
Is it on Etsy? Wait a minute. Someone is probably making bank on Etsy. My birthday is like next month too, by the way. Yeah, just dropping that. Let's see. Savage Starlight. But what's in the middle? Like, do they actually have a story? That's hard. The inside just blank. There's no way. 280. $69.99. Nice. That would be a hard poster to have on the wall. I actually kind of want that. What's inside them though? Bit fuzzy, not huge. Oh, excuse me. Star Wars, why does that pop up? I want the poster. That's the same shit I just clicked on. Oh, that's kind of trippy. That's some shit you'd have in your room. Okay, anyway. Yeah. Put it on my Amazon wishlist. There's definitely a Firefly in this one. It's either this one or that one. I think it's this one. It's not this one. I'm an idiot. I'm a fake fan. Steph Curry. I would not be picking that up. Oh god. Motherfucker just got 10. Oh, look at this upgrade. Look at this, got 10 years of germs on his shit. And you know his fingers mess up. Look at his nasty ass hands. That shit look like plastic. I was gonna say he got salmonella, but that wouldn't. No. No. Look at the light. Look at the light. Look at Neil. How can you hate Neil? Look at that. They did not have to do that. Hey, where am I going? Ellie? Oh, maybe I hop over this table. Nice. Sick. This looks like an Uncharted room. Ellie, do you want to talk about this thing right here? We should have a conversation about this.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, I know. It's
That's a
yeah.
backdrop.
Yeah.
People would take their pictures in front of it.
Yeah.
World was different before. It's crazy. Oh, damn. You want some more? Okay.
Okay, then. Something on your mind, Ellie?
I wasn't trying to disobey you. But
Okay, then.
taking a really long time, and I thought maybe he's gotten into trouble.
Ellie, have you seen the Cat Daddy dance?
I need you to listen.
They used to do it like this.
Just that. Whatever, Joe.
Hit it, Jeff. Ellie, have you ever done the TikTok dance? The modern Last of Us. Ellie, have you ever done the Tootsie slide? They go right foot up. Oh, can you hit the drums? Come on, Neil. Wow. Ellie, have you ever done the cha-cha slide?
Damn, this is easier than I thought. Hey, how about a hand?
You sure you can trust me with that?
Ellie. Push.
The shaker. You know how they be making the gifs of like the relevant stuff with Joel? Imagine.
Let's go.
What hop this off? Yeah, like a quick time. We have so many good ideas. Oh. Sheesh. No comment? One more time. One more time. That should be a trophy. Wow. Slacking. Naughty Dog needs to hire me. That would have been a great achievement. Am I gonna walk? Yeah, I am. I am. There's nothing there. Oh! Always pays to search. Ellie, get down. What's that bottle? Got a brick. West balcony. Shit is about to go down. Okay. Oh, I'm still hella early in the game. I ain't finishing this shit today. I got like 6 hours left.
I'm gonna jump down there and I'm gonna clear us a path.
What about me?
You stay here.
This is so stupid. We'd have more of a fucking chance if you let me help.
I am. You seem to know your way around a gun. You reckon you can handle that?
Well, I sort of shot a rifle before, but it was at rats
Rats.
Womp rats.
with BBs.
It's the same basic concept.
This is development. This is the character arc beginning.
You lean right into that stock and it's gonna kick a hell of a lot more than any BB rifle.
Okay.
Go and pull the bolt back. Grab it right there. Just tug it. Here you go. And as soon as you fire, you're gonna want to get another round in there quick. Listen to me. If I get into trouble down there, you make every shot count. Yeah.
That could have been a trailer for part 2. If I get in trouble down there. Oh, she's on her own.
Got this.
All right.
When's last was part 3? I need more.
Just so we're clear about back there, it was either him or me.
You're welcome.
Cinema.
Yeah, that's all I should have known better. If you're gonna steal, you better make sure you get away with it. Right? I would have done.
They're all dead! They're all fucking dead!
The hell's he yapping about? Take a breath.
Saw that yapping.
Whole crew. The 76 lookout guy, some tourist.
Nah, y'all niggas dead. Hold up.
Kill all of them.
Shit. Shut up.
He wants us
It came from over there. Oh! And that Ellie girl. That Ellie girl from that fucking game I was playing, dog. Oh, double up? Can I make another Molotov? Yes, I can. Have you guys ever heard a brick fall in the forest? Huh? Huh? Oh, he just saw his homie.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, what the hell was that?
Let's get closer to it. No, don't you. That's not gonna get either of them. That did not hit him. I kind of want to choke that guy. Does that guy have a bat or a gun? That's definitely a bat. What's up? What's up? What's up? Get him, Ellie. Uh-oh. I have 0 anything. Doo-doo-doo. Don't mind me. Oh, he's up top. You didn't see shit. Oh, oh, chill out. Oh, no. But I have checkpoints. Oh, I'm red too. Yeah, his head. He hit the motherfucking ragdoll neck. Yeah, that's worth it. Bro, why did they make escape not back?
You talk to the boss? Yeah. He wants everyone to hold their ground. Watch the gate. All right, you heard it. Search the area. Do not let anybody through.
If you hear a brick, walk right next to where you're... Oh. What the hell? You... I should be able to pull him over the top right now. Okay, full stealth all the way through. Bro, Sean.
Sean 237.
Sean, okay, I gotta change my alerts. Thank you, Sean. I got scared so fucking fast. The one day I ate home to one. I'm sorry, gang. Appreciate the sub. Sean, my most sub user all time. #1. That was too fucking loud. What the fuck was that? I don't ever want to. No one ever sub ever again. I never paused the game so fast. Oh shit. How did he not see that? I just love my bro. That shit blew my ass out. You just blew my back out. I'm sure he's very happy. So he can't even hear. I'm talking to nobody. Thank you, Sean. I don't even remember what my old sub sound was, but it was not that. You put captions in the chat. Bro, I feel like I have double vision, but it's just this fucking low health shit. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that was stupid. I need that TikTok automatic captions. Don't shoot me, please, God. Please, God. No, not like this. Oh. He doesn't need a caption for that. God damn it.
Yeah, that's all I should have known, but if you're gonna steal, you better make sure you get away with it. Right? I would have done. They're all dead! You're all fucking dead! Take a breath. Who's dead?
The whole crew. The 76 lookout guy.
As a matter of fact, fuck this. This band-aid should clear my eyesight. Thank you.
All right, you heard it. Search the area. Do not let anybody through.
Either burn or drown to death. That's it. Oh, drowning. I feel like because you probably just like fall asleep, but burning is probably faster. Probably not though. Definitely drown though. I think 'cause that's pretty easy. Give me that. See, I don't want to sound like that. No. That was pretty fast, though. If it was that fast, I'll burn like that. Give me that head, boy. What if you burn to death underwater because there was oil in the water? Like you drowned and you got burned. Because you were drowning in like burning Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's all I should have known better. If you're gonna steal, you better make sure you get away with it. Right? I would have done.
They're all dead. They're all. Hey, get him! Watch my back.
Fucking bastard.
Way to go.
Oh! I'll be here later. All right, brother. No, you can't hear me. All right, brother. Why'd I think Ellie hopped down and was like backing me up? Sean, you smell funny. You smell like a wall Martian.
You're all fucking dead.
The hell's he yapping about? Take a breath. Who's dead?
The whole crew. 76 lookout guys.
The whole squad. Shit was not lit.
You talk to the boss?
Yeah.
Bro, the fucking escape key.
Watch the gate.
All right, you heard it.
One kill? One kill. Really?
Fan out. Oh, no.
Yeah, he didn't see me. Wall Martian. You never heard of a wall Martian? We traded so smooth. Holy shit. That was the smoothest trade. A wall Martian? Oh my god, I'm getting old. I'm getting old. What's the modern version of a wall Martian? There isn't one because it's still a thing.
They're all dead. They're all fucking dead.
The hell's he yapping about? Take a breath. Who's dead?
The whole crew. The 76 lookout guys. Some fucking tourist killer. Kill all of them.
What's a wall Martian? You're not even spelling it right, and you're not in the right ballpark.
All right, you heard it. Search the area.
I think Martian like Lil Wayne.
Let's find out.
Oh, oh. That's also a thing you wouldn't be saying Lil Wayne. That wouldn't make sense, but I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna leave that there for a footnote for the next. Yeah, Wall Martian's like an alien, like Wall Martian. Because the people go to Walmart are like really like just out there. You don't see that at Target. Walmart, yeah. There's no like Target Martian. It's just a Walmart thing.
The hell's he yapping about? Take a breath. Who's dead?
The whole crew. The 76 lookout guys. Some fucking tourist killer. Kill all of them.
Can I use my health pack?
You talk to the boss?
Yeah. He wants everyone to hold their ground. Watch the gate.
Watch the gay.
All right, you heard it. Search
How do they know Ellie's up there?
anybody through.
Come on, that's a triple. Oh no, he's walking away. Double. Come on. Bro, your pants are on fire still. I saw someone wearing boxers on their head. That's sounds about right. That's your boy Sean. Bro, you did not see me. There you go. Oh, let me snipe this fool. Oh, yeah. What's up? What's up? Oh, fuck my ass. Yo, can you get a... I guess the arrow is not the weapon you want in that situation. That kind of makes sense. I can't be mad at that. Yeah, what does pop up when you search Wall Martian? I'm expecting some really fat, like, Florida lady. With, like, a really loose t-shirt. It used to be, like, a website. Yes. Whoa, is that a man? Oh, nah, yeah, I'm banned. Banned. Banned as fuck. 07. That was some serious fupa.
Take a breath. Who's dead?
The whole crew. The 76 lookout guys. Some fucking tourist killed them. Killed all of them.
Shit. You talk to the boss?
Yeah. He wants everyone to hold their ground. Watch the gate.
All right, you heard it. Search the area. Do not let anybody through.
Search the area. Search the area. This fucking wheel mouse.
Did you hear something?
That's probably nothing. He's gotta be wrong. About the crew he did.
I don't see some tourists taking out the entire crew.
What if they did?
Damn, bro, shut up. Just die. Inshallah.
Nothing here.
Don't you. Okay. We got a bullet. No, you not capping me that fast. How do you know where I'm at that fast?
Watch my back.
Don't you, Pop. Don't you. Where'd he go?
Is he over there? I don't see him. Run out!
He sounded like he was right here. Okay. This is my moment. No, you're not gonna check to your... Oh, you a bitch ass nigga. You a bitch ass nigga.
Keep doing that, Ellie.
There he is! In the street! You're gonna pay for
Ellie couldn't get one more. She couldn't get one more.
Yeah, that's all I should have known, but if you're gonna steal, you better make sure you get away with it. Right? I would have done.
They're all dead! They're all fucking dead!
What the hell's he yapping about? Take a breath. Who's dead?
Y'all niggas.
76 Get down!
Come on, L. Come on, L. Goofy ass run. What?
I see him!
Where? This game is so fucking good. How do they niggas still follow me? This takes me back. This takes me back to The Last of Us 2.
Yeah, that's all I should have known better. If you're gonna steal, then you gotta make sure you get away with it. Right? I would have done. They're all dead! They're all fucking dead! What the hell's he yapping about? Take a breath. Who's dead? Whole crew.
Bro, how's that?
Fucking rats.
The mall. God, the mall. And it's coming out on PC. I'm gonna have to do it all over again. Yo, dumbass. Wow, he's good. He's better. That's the better man. That was some WWE reversal shit. I didn't even know they could do that.
What the hell's he yapping about? Take a breath. Who's dead?
I want to learn how he did that.
Kill all of them.
Shut up. It's still only one kill. Nah, do it again. He won't.
Fan out.
Bitch ass nigga. Place that. Yeah, y'all gonna kill me, but I got your ass back. Come here. Yeah, keep searching. My posture is amazing. I just realized I'm sitting up like titties out. Like, this is progress. Look at this motherfucker camping. I see you. Ellie wasting bullets. Chat, is this real?
Keep looking. Oh no.
Celly Pogs in the chat, guys. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this together as a community.
I have no ammo. I only have a brick. That's all I need, though. Bro just cringed. Bro just cringed. Got your back, Daddy. That was great. A whole wall of Celly Pogs, yes. A core memory for all of us. I don't got shit but shit. I want to go prone so bad, but can't. I remember this shit looking different. Can you not run? I don't think so, because you got to get Ellie back. I'm bringing Ellie back. You got to get Ellie. I'm healing. I'm trying to finish it this run.
Show yourself.
Oh, can you drop down on niggas? Oh. Shh. No. He got a stick. I got a stick.
Watch my back.
It's a sniper, gang. Can you get that arrow back? I hope so. Shit. Bitch, I hope so. Oh, no. Ellie, do something. I couldn't tell who was shooting. I thought Ellie was about to... Oh, look at the checkpoint. Neil. Thank you, Neil. Neil, I love you so much. I will defend you in every video and comment. I will buy 3 copies of The Last of Us Part 3 Remastered. I feel like everybody dead. Did they just save me? Does he have a gun? Oh. How? How are you a soldier? Who hired you? Any smoke bombers? No, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I have nothing. Not even a brick. Why would you be running that way? Whoa! Ellie made sure I saw that. You can't cover me? You can't cover me? I like slowly pieced it together. I'm like, this sounds like there's someone up there. Okay. I have 1 bullet. I have 1 arrow. Yo, it is so hot in my room right now. I'm not at my house anymore, so I can't just like... I feel like turn on the AC. Uh-oh. Bro, it's in his face. Someone's running. That's a death. Oh, good catch, Joel. Joel thought he was Nathan Drake. See, I can't see shit. He's busting! That shit busting for real! Who the fuck shooting? Oh, that might be Ellie. Oh no, he's innocent. Get a fan. I have a ceiling fan. Oh, I do have a big ass fan downstairs. See, that's why you need a chat in life. You need to have someone watching you at all times. Especially if you're like as special as I am. Okay. It's nothing, gang. It's nothing. It's really nothing. I'm in your walls. That's how she finds all my Instagrams. Not all of them, though. My walls. A challenge? A challenger? I'm actually like my secret shit. I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm cooking a little bit. Just a little bit. Not as much as I plan to, but just a little bit, a little something slight. Motherfuckers playing poker, that's healthy. Modern society, okay. He had a gun. Self-defense. Come on, Neil. Let me tap square. Holy shit, what? It's just a bus. That was not a kill shot at all. Let's see. I'll throw a smoke bomb at them. That'll do something. There you go, Ellie. No gun. Please, just let me climb up. Please. Oh yeah, come down, brother. I'm tapping. I tried to, I tried to sneak him. I tried to sneako. This is it's getting embarrassing. I thought that I was better than this, but here we are. No. Ellie, that Ellie girl. Come on in. Nigga, I see you. You blurry, but I can see you. Stop it. I don't want to waste the arrow. Yeah. Come on. Is this grounded? Yes, it is. There we go. Bitch ass nigga. Bitch ass nigga. Alright, Ellie, come on down. Let me hear it, Joel. That's gonna get me killed. Ellie. Oh. It has to be an arrow shot. Oh, there's two. There's three. Ellie. If I stay here, they can't do shit. Come on. It's a big ass building. I can't even look up the whole thing. Make me happy, make me smile. Can I get a bull? Ellie. Oh, oh. Ooh, right through his neck bone.
Not good. He's still here, man. Keep looking.
Oh, they coming. Oh, Lord Jesus. I dare you hop down. Oh, my Lord. Bitch ass nigga. Oh. Damn. Is he still stunned? Oh, no. That's how you do it.
Look, buddy.
Shut the fuck up.
Don't do anything stupid now.
You would just come after me.
All right, come on down.
Let's go. I'm back in this bitch. That Ellie girl. Motherfucker, go. Like it's 2021. February 2021. Oh. Wait. We have a buyer. Ben Fraser. Hello, is this still available? Hello. Yes, it is. Ready for pickup in Temecula. Where are they from? It's this docs. Oh, I can't do it from the app. Hold up, hold up. Sorry to just totally decimate this high of Last of Us. But there's money on the line here. This could pay for like 1 day of DoorDash. Let's see. View profile. Is this guy legit? Is he legit? He's married. He's not a loser. He takes nice pictures. 55 days until the rest of your lives. Oh, okay. Yeah, he got money. Temecula. Oh, she gets another. She gets another hint. Friends, photos. Okay, he's legit. Ben Fraser. Bend over. Well, how much did I want? 50. This could be potentially $100 deal, which could buy me Horizon or Ghost of Tsushima.
How'd I do?
What are you selling? I have these like couch, like it goes on your couch as like a table on your couch.
A little more your size.
For a couch that I sold. So he wants it for some reason. I've had it up there for like 2 months. Couch table, yes, couch table. Portable. It fits in your pocket and you just, yeah. That's a very nicely placed gun right there.
The safety's on. You know how to switch it off?
I do.
You gotta respect it. This is not the...
Joel, I'll be careful.
Okay.
Yeah, that Ellie girl, man. Scissors? Any scissors? Oh, I shouldn't say that. Any helpers? Like I've always done that, right? Any Xers? You get it. Damn, what the fuck is that? Lore? Here we go, here we go. Okay, we don't need the fireflies. Sure, they might have... This is nice, like you're reading it in the dark with the flashlight. That's really nice. They might have started the fight, but we're the ones that have done all the work. It's our blood in the streets. I don't agree with them wanting to take the fight to the other cities. They need to earn their independence on their own. And it definitely won't take... I definitely won't take orders from some Firefly leader all the way on the other side of the country. Damn, that's part 3, kind of like, all right, who's going to unite the world again? Before the fighting ends, I suggest we rid ourselves of them. This is our city, our people. I don't see why we can't rule ourselves, make America great again. Yeah, it looks awesome. That was a good job, Neil. And all the notes are pretty easy to read. Yes, that is garbage. Those are garbage bags, Ellie. Surely you had those in the zone. Where'd Bot go? Out he comes and goes. He's probably lurking like a mother. It does say 2. He'll drop a fact on something random soon. I'm busy. See, there he is. Come here, boy. Dad, I want a pet at this house so bad. That cat that I had at my other house made me so happy. If I had a cat just sitting on the desk. I want to steal that cat, but I know he has friends in that area that I'm from. He would be sad here alone. Okay, I think that's everything. Yep, okay. Ellie, help me open this. I'm holding E.
Alright, do your thing, Ellie.
Nope.
On it. Stupid chain is stuck. Hold on.
I am.
There.
This is not a loading screen at all. Oh, he messaged back. It's just the hardwood table inserts, or are you interested in selling any love sack pieces? It's just the, what is that type of wood? Dark mahogany? It's the dark maple, I think. Just 2 of the table inserts. I also have the clips if you need. All out of my love sack. Unfortunately. Come on, Ben. You know you want them.
Help me open this.
Here.
I got it.
Classic Naughty Dog gameplay right here. He's typing. He stopped typing.
Time to go to work.
I don't even have anything to make. I mean, I guess. Money, money, money. Ah, shit. If this dude will send me a message. Come on, Ben. Yeah, money, 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 money. Oh, who was just Mr. Krabs, the voice, and I forgot what show it was. He was like the main character. Damn, it shocked the fuck out of me. I forgot. I was like, bitch, that sound like Mr. Krabs, and it was. Oh, I thought you was gonna help me. Bro, he was in something. I'll put it on the back burner. I'll stick a footnote in it. Is that what? I'll stick a fork in it. I'll stick a footnote in it.
Oh shit! Get down! Get down!
I'll stick a pin in it. Yeah. But I know what you're talking about. No, you don't. If you know that, you're really in my walls. I just saw it.
Damn, no food.
I do. Nah.
Shoes.
Stop the cap.
Let's go.
Fuck. I forget so much shit now, bro. I was just watching it. And I think my brother even went, "Oh, you know that's Mr. Krabs, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, it sounded like him." My brain no work.
I know. It's just. Oh man.
Ellie, we saw burning people. It's okay. Come on. Okay, he's been a lot of things. I was thinking of Detroit Become Human, but it wasn't that. But he was like the detective guy's helper. But it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was something else. It was like some Demon Slayer shit or like something like that. Like something legit.
Well, at least they finally killed that couple. I was sure they made it out of the city. Now we need to find this fucking pickup truck. There better been an army in that truck. How the fuck did they wipe out the entire crew over there? Let's keep searching. I want to wrap this up before sundown. Whoa!
Let me grab you. Anime? Do you watch anime? I think it was an anime. Was it Initial D? Okay, what's that guy's name? Kinda. Attack on Titan. Death Note. Demon Slayer. Initial D. Yeah, the command. The commando. Hey, I know you ain't heard about that commando perk. Hey, but I mean, we the same age at least. That fucking cheese ass. Whoosh, whoosh. On favela. I would always get knifed on favela like that. Bro, reach like a motherfucker. Okay. Patrick. This is gonna spoil it. I don't want to spoil it, but it is gonna spoil it. I can't even say the dude's name. Damn. That sounds like Bukkake and a... That is crazy. Okay, Bill. Let's see, Bill. Is that Keenan? Or Kel? I don't want to see it because it might end just being Detroit. Oh, this is all movies and shit though. This dude was in Winnie the Pooh. Five Nights at Freddy. DuckTales. Oh, whoa. We got next How I Met Your Mother. Bad Day. This motherfucker stay handy, Manny. Yeah, this motherfucker busy. I ain't seen none of these motherfuckers. Kim Possible? Y'all know nothing about that. Okay, no. He was in Billion... Okay, y'all gotta watch this. This was a goated show right here. Billy and Mandy, that show was like adult, but not like Adult Swim. It was like Cartoon Network, but it should have been on Adult Swim. Video game. Isn't it Clancy Brown? Who's this dude then? Nah, he old as hell, and he from California. That does sound more correct though. Oops. Yeah, that's that mother. How many Patricks are there? That's it. Okay, hold on. He was in Shawshank? Banger. Okay, here we go. Who the fuck is that other guy? Hey, it's a better name than the other guy. Is there like a video game IMDb? Ahsoka? Ahsoka D's? Rick and Morty Mandalorian? Nah, this motherfucker actually also been everything. I mean, if you're like a voice actor, see Detroit Become Human. Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right. Bill is Patrick. Wait, what? What are we doing? Huh? This is the voice. Cause look, he's Hank. Ahsoka D's nuts. Ahsoka D. I've totally fallen in love with saying D's again. Like it's so stupid. It's funny again. Daredevil. I'm not gonna just scroll and see it. It's definitely this dude though. Clancy Brown. The Goon. I never want my face to pop up next to the Goon. The Goon. Okay. It's too much studying. It's too much. Is that fucking... I thought that was My Little Pony. Nah. Nah. Bill is Patrick. You type Patrick, voice actor. Patrick, voice actor. Patrick Star. So it's him. Oh, I'm so stupid. We're talking about Mr. Krabs. I'm so stupid. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. My bad. Invincible. With Bradley Cooper. This is a banger. This is a banger. Invincible. Whoa. Amazon? Bot, you gotta add. You know who don't gotta add? Sean. Bro, I'm sweaty like a fucking person who sweats. He was in title card. He was in insert here. Oh, no way. This dude from this thing also did another thing? What? What? Okay, here we go. What if I had an ad, I came back and I was at the end of Last of Us 2? That'd be funny. Hold on. Can we beat the ad for Gigi? Hold on. Last of Us Part 1 ending. Come on. Shut up, shut up.
All of our sacrifices and the hundreds of men and women who've bled for this cause, or worse, will not be in vain.
Okay, we're finally here. God damn. This part's gonna be so hard. I think I remember there's like 3 people right here. I'm just so glad I finally get to use the M4s. Just right here. Why is it giving me tips? I'm ungrounded. What the fuck? Neil? Yeah, the guy. Good acting, bot. It's just a YouTube video. We got you. We got him. We got him. That was a tactical ad.
Well, at least they finally killed that couple. I was sure they made it out of the city. Now all we need to find is a fucking pickup truck.
That's the real gameplay. Trademark was it? Yeah. Hey, we had limited time.
There better been an army in that truck. How the fuck did they wipe out the entire crew over there?
I bet the guy was really handsome too. Whoa, what are we? Ellie! Ellie's like the fucking Lego game extras.
Well, at least they finally killed that couple.
Like they kind of be doing stuff sometimes. Come on.
There better been an army in that truck. How the fuck did they wipe out the entire crew over there?
Now I'm thinking of Baby Yoda dying. Or Lego Yoda dying. I have to hear that sound effect. Lego Yoda dying. That should be my sub sound. Just this picture. What Lego game? I played the Lego City game. Lego movie. I'm trying to beat the damn Star Wars one, but it's so damn big. I built this one. This like RTX one. I beat this. This I have for no reason. This one I'm like halfway through, I think. But there was like a Lego movie game I think I beat too. I beat Lego Island back in the day. Lego Racer back in the day, 1 and 2. Me and my brother used to play Lego Indiana Jones. Just an era. Just an era of just like, even still, Lego is just the shit.
Hearing them talk, at least they're scared of us.
Just try not to let it guard.
I had the Lego movie. You platinum, but yeah, Lego games are good for that. Some of them. This one I think. Let's see. One of them I was like, fuck that. I'm not about to do all this shit. I think it was on PSP back in the day though. I could never find all the mini kits. That's the fun thing when you're like a dumb kid and you like don't know how to like do shit, but then you grow up and you learn. Skywalker was the first third person. See, that's what I'm saying. This motherfucker got random facts. I did not know that. But okay, you know, I might, if I ever become a streamer, like I just need you. Like I'll like hire you to just be there. So like whatever I'm doing, like people can get interesting side shit that we never would have known.
It's good having you on my side. That was a compliment.
Okay.
I want to listen to the director commentary so bad. We got them on the front. There was a first-person Lego game. True. Clarify, bot. Clarify that. Clean that up. But I know there's an interesting fact in there somewhere. Yeah. There we go. The camera was behind you the entire time. Press him, GG. W press. We got them on the run. This is like some little kid handwriting. That's actually like my handwriting. Most of their forces have retreated. Go to Liberty Avenue. Come midnight, we strike. Gather every able body and arm them. If you can stand, then you can fight. Anyone that refuses to fight with us will be banished. Anyone that supports the army will be made an example of tonight. We put the end to this tyranny and start a new life for ourselves. So like side scroller Lego games. Bot retort. All the others were side scrollers, were they? I love looking up random shit though. Y'all was playing some fucking Game Boy DS shit. Nah. Lego Island. This is the first one. This is the one I played. This is a banger. With the fucking pizza stealer guy. That's a banger. And that was like 3D. I see. But when you aim, you can move while aiming. This is a banger too. This is a banger. Yeah, I'ma just not understand what y'all talking about. Because I don't remember no side scroller. Lego. Oh, my brother has that Lego set. Nah, man. Nah. I don't know what y'all talking about. My shit was 3D. Oh, I wasted a brick. Relevant for Lego. Wait, that's the way I came in. Are we about to see a giraffe right now? This looks like the giraffe part. No. That's an awfully hot coffee pot. No giraffe. Yeah, L giraffe. I keep worrying about tripwires now, even though those aren't in this game. Actually, they are in this game. At Bill's Town. Oh, there's a there's a tripwire right here. Look at me just accidentally being fucking the Oracle. Hey, have you guys played Jak and Daxter? The original? Jak and Daxter and the Precursor Legacy? You ain't see shit.
Joel, there's a guy up on that second floor, right there.
Yeah, I see him. Stay low.
Nah. I haven't. Ooh, actually, I don't know if it's good or not. But I want to 100% that game. That's like an 8-hour game on stream. And they just had like a PC port, basically. I actually just platinumed it on PS5, but I want to do it on PC. And then like they're oh no, they're remastering 2 and 3. So by the time I beat 1, 2, and 3 will probably be out. I think they might be. Yeah, it should be. That's like the OG Naughty Dog. So like OG PlayStation. Well, PlayStation 2, but it's the perfect size game. Like one day, get all the precursor orbs or whatever. It'll be sick. Well, for me, I don't know if it'll be entertaining. But if you haven't played it, you should probably just play it. I got no bullets. Wait, do I have sniper? No, I don't. I am the one who melees. No. Delay check. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can I get a bullet? Or a brick? Alright, refresh. F5, F5. I'm so thirsty. You don't see nothing. You don't see nothing. Why is my leg shaking? I hear footsteps. Oh, wait, can I lure someone in here? Come on. I got no bricks. I see a brick. Oh, they... Ellie got him? Ah. It's me and you, asshole. From where? From where? He's one. He's one. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Okay, as long as it doesn't mess with my shivs. I am whoa, whoa, whoa. What did I just do? What the fuck did I just do? Joel, you okay? Okay. Off the perk. Oh. I just got cucked by Windows. Are you serious? I tried to take a fucking screenshot. I don't know what button I pressed to do that. F4, F7, F3, no, how the fuck? Yeah, I literally hit one button. And I need to learn that. Oh, there we go. I hit delete? How the fuck did I hit delete? Oh no, it's print. There's no shot. That button's on the exact opposite side. Okay, whatever, whatever. It's okay. Breathe. What did Last of Us 2 teach us? That anger is bad. So just be happy that you're alive still. Power of positive thinking. Ding! The ending. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Thank you, Gustavo. If this was a real shotgun, it would work, but he did not see me through the window. I'm smoking all you.
Keep him busy.
I mean, he dies anyway, you know, like, what's another death? It's his headcanon anyway. You can't change the fucking past. Or the future. Wait, up. Bro thought he was Miles Morales. Nah, bruh. Your ending is the same. You cannot change this. Oh. Oh. Walk a little bit slower. That's the muff. Oh, wrong gun. Wrong gun. I'm sorry. That's cringe. That was so cringe. That was super cringe. Can you keep my shoulder that I want? Oh, baby. Boom! Oh! I was trying to set it up. Damn it. That would have been sick. I tried to back up. You saw me trying to back up. Damn it. Then they had a whole angle for that. They changed the whole camera angle just to show that shit. 420 in this motherfucker. 420 boy. What's up, motherfucker? What's up, gang? Hey, we back in the bed like we never left, bro. What's up, bro? Let's pop a slide. You just saw this motherfucker. Or hit it. Oh, hell nah. Hell nah. I didn't know 420 was Yuri. Is that Yuri? That's not Yuri. Your name was actually Yuri. What's good, gang? Hey, how many guns you shot, gang? You shot the MG yet? That's Yuri. Oh, what's up, gang? Hey, what guns you shot, gang? Yeah, they put you in the Humvee? You seen some shit? I gotta salute you when I see you. I gotta show my respect. Y'all over here, Camp Pendleton, blowing up the whole damn IE. Yes, sir, ski. That's sick, bro. What's good, bro? Bro, I'm in Hawaii. No shot. No shot you in Hawaii. Hey, man. Hey, I don't know if that's a good place to be, man. Historically, the time's getting a little crazy, man. You gonna get... Hey, you gonna get... I ain't gonna say nothing. I was gonna say, you gonna get a sequel to another movie. He been everywhere. Oh, you been all over? Bro, what you... Are you even 20? Are you 21 yet? You at the Hawaii base. That's tough, ski. That's history. You saw Lady Boy. Oh, so you was in Vietnam. Okay. You was in... Where was you at? You was overseas. You come back to Pendleton next month. That's crazy, actually. Bro, we got a whole ass fucking big boss in this motherfucker. I swear your name was Yuri on here, though. Damn, we getting old, bro. Man, I'm about to be 30. This man's been seeing half the world. You gotta let me know when Camp Pendleton blowing shit up, though. Like, I just... Every time, it's like, what the fuck is that? Y'all on some, damn, not Heisenberg. Y'all on some Oppenheimer shit over there. Like, once every 3 months, it's just like, what? Or what are we preparing for? My nigga, though. Bro's in Hawaii, though. That must be nice. My first thought was just Pearl Harbor. That's probably offensive to somebody when I think of military in Hawaii. That's the news, dog. Oh God. Oh God. Do that shit in New Mexico though. Do that shit in damn Wyoming next to Kanye crib. Guam. Damn. Oh, that's crazy. So the lady boy shit, that makes plenty sense. You probably, I don't know, you've seen some crazy, I have no idea what it's like. Oh my God. To be in the military these days. Or ever. But I would just assume you've seen some shit. You might got some G14 classified shit you can't even talk about. Probably got the buzz cut. Actually, I got the buzz cut right now too. I'm with you even if you do got that. Bro, I am dripping. I'm touched by many lady boys. Hey, if the hotel, when you sleep, your eyes closed, it's all the same, gang. It's all the same, you feel me? I heard they were paying their ass nice. When you sleep, hey, 5-star hotel the same as a Motel 6. You smell me? I'm sweating on my stomach. Like I'm my fucking fat rolls have fucking drips. Yes, you need to know that information. How'd he not see me? My nigga, we got the whole game. Who missing that? I saw Matt on my basketball stream. Sean been in here. Animator came in today. I think sub follower mode is on. We need to make sure. I want to like boost like 20 people. Get 20 people in this motherfucker so we have like every type of person in this motherfucker. Major stage still sore. Damn. Salute. Battle scars. Is there a nigga right here? Nope. Celly moving undercover. Hey, that's just how I get down. That's just how I get down. But I got a lot of clarity. I got a lot of clarity Oh, fuck me. I got a lot of clarity this past year. The whole ESPN thing, the whole selling baller visions thing, the whole like everything, just like I got my whole life aligned. I'm about to sell my house and it's about to be a whole new chapter. Life is good. Empty Gil, that's the one. That's if the 420 boy, that's I would have expected that to be Gil. I swear Uri is like Yuri with hella eyes. I keep saying Uri. He still need to be fucking Uncharted. Last I checked. That's a tough angle. That's a tough angle. Oh, the wrong gun again. No. Why? 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 Why me? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I heard they put Yuri in Black Ops 6 though. I heard they mocapped you in the new movement system they got. Oh my god. Okay. I didn't have the headphone in, that was the problem. My mouth is dry as fuck. Can we get this damn shotgun like ready? Hello? But yeah, I feel like we all came out of COVID. I think everyone had to take a little break. And I think everyone is getting their shit together right now. We all realized there was a lot of bullshit. And like people are starting to just kind of build their own lanes. Like Braun over here don't give a fuck about, you know, Braun about to ball out all Team USA when before he probably would have been nervous. Braun don't give a fuck. I had to respect how we played against Sudan the other day. Curry got his 4th ring. Like he don't got no more. He got a finals MVP. Like the world is healing itself. Like we're good. Cat Williams done predicted all the crazy shit that was going to happen this year. Ooh. Nah, y'all crazy. Y'all so crazy. Yeah, y'all so crazy. We're healing. Yeah, everyone's just like, all right, there's a lot of bullshit. Well, I mean, not the whole damn world. That Putin doing crazy shit, but we're trying. I feel like this next generation's kind of, you know, we're kind of modernizing, getting a little bit smarter. Getting our money up. Bitch ass nigga. I can't see shit. Who's shooting? Ellie, you got a gun, gang. It's on you, gang. It's on you, gang. How do you feel that you're a pro? Oh, that's crazy. That's kind of scary to me. But it was a good, like, even when I was in college, I was only in college for like 2 months or whatever, or like 2 semesters. My homie texted me not too long ago. He's like, bro, that was just an era. Like, we weren't there that long, but the shit we did, like, it was just, you had to be there. Like, it's like, it was a special time. That's crazy. I couldn't imagine, like, oh, like me being someone else's, like, I guess a YouTuber for me back in the day. Like, I'm just chilling, bro. That's crazy. But we did. We had a whole fucking movement, bro. That fucking video took the fuck off. I had random people like, oh, bro, you changed my whole viewpoint and I fucking love this video and you did so much. Like, yeah, it was a fucking era. So it's like, that's why, like, I'm like, I am low key a lot, but I realize, like, you gotta shoot the shot. If you ain't putting no shot up, you ain't got no chance. Like he said, like Wayne Gretzky said, like, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So if you're just chilling all the time, like low key, like, you can't have those random eras. So I'm trying to pop out more. What you still plan on? Just like this, some chill shit like it was before. I never really wanted to be like a big streamer, but like my whole idea was like, okay, I need to get something. I need to come back with something. Like some attitude or some fucking content or something. But I'm just like, I want to play games. I kind of feel bad not streaming. Like I'm always thinking like I should stream this game. Like fuck it. Like you can't control everything. It can't always be the perfect time. So I'm not trying to be, I'm just like, if I'm live, I ain't trying to be like making content. I'm just going to be streaming if I feel like streaming. Oh, he was running. Look at that animation. This is all, yeah, this is, oh, look at Ellie. This is all I want. Just chill out. Even if no one's there, I still want to just be live. Just to document the shit. That's, come on now. Thank you. Watch me hit a trip mine now. Yeah, right now, bro, I'm about to be set though. I fucked up selling baller visions. I should not have sold it, but I'm about to sell this house, invest the money. Like, I'll be traveling. I'm gonna just enjoy life till like my 30s, and then figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do. But I kind of don't want to figure it out. I kind of just want to chill, just have a spot, have my cars, fix my cars up, and then play every game that I need to play. Which is, the backlist is getting crazy. Yeah, man, life is too short to be worrying about stupid shit. Like a fucking mortgage in your 20s. Like, don't get a house, y'all. Stack up till you can pay some shit for cash. Pay for some shit with cash. You don't gotta chase the life you're supposed to think you build. Anyway, let me focus on the game. So y'all got me preaching up here. We finished scouring the city for any survivors. There was a handful of survivors hiding in the hotel. We took care of them. A bunch of us raided their stockade, or what was left of it. Most of the big machines fucked up in the fighting. We won't be fighting a tank anytime soon. Likewise, none of the heavy artillery is salvageable. The exception is the one is the Humvee. Yuri just talked about that. That's you. We managed to repair it, including the 50 cal mounted to the gun. This thing is impenetrable. I like to see someone fuck with us now. Let's fucking go. I don't mind the rice. Okay, let me cook. Let me cook then. You see, the problem is we put these kids in school and make them hate learning. But that's also facts. That is a whole nother. There's so many things I think like I could make a fucking bomb ass video on that. But like it takes time. You gotta make a good video. You gotta cook, right? About to hit our right now. Hey, turn up. Hey, I appreciate you popping through, gang. I remember that's Yuri now. Bro is living the experience of a lifetime doing this shit, bro. Stay safe, stay up. I need a shiv. Speaking of The Boys, I need to watch The Boys. I'm about to get spoiled so hard on The Boys because everyone's fucking talking about it. And I'm only on like season 1. Can I make a shiv? Ellie, let me talk to you. Ellie, hey, Ellie, hey.
Every battle's got a losing side.
What if they had families?
Everyone has a family. Best not to dwell on it.
I mean, I think there's 4 or 5. I'm hella early. But I think this is like the last season, so it's always trending on Twitter. Which is how I got something for Demon Slayer spoiled too. I still need to watch that too. I just getting spoiled. It's just so depressing. If you care about the show, it just hurts. That's why people for The Last of Us 2. That's why the whole game got cooked. Yeah, but I heard that show's pretty good, and I've liked it so far too. I am so sweaty. The door is closed. I got the fan on, but the windows are closed. I don't think we have the AC on anymore. Okay. But look, this game, like I was gonna think I was gonna finish this game. Then I realized I'm only halfway, but now I'm in the motherfucking flow. Fan. Oh yeah, it's downstairs. Oh yeah.
Hey, get me up there.
Yeah, I could put a giant. It's probably gonna be loud as fuck though. The mic is right here. I'm trying to search. If you're on later today, I'll be back for sure. If I finish this game, it'll be live at some point though.
There you go.
if I don't do it today. But I haven't even... We haven't even met Henry yet. Oh, that felt good. That felt so fucking good. I just cracked the fuck out of my neck. It'd be hella funny when big ass fan. It would be like, it would cover my whole face. It's one of them floor garage fans. And just be like, I'll do it right in the fucking mic. Oh, whoa, clip me. I kind of want to get the Tyler 1 like headset mic set up too. What is this? Yeah. Okay, we're about to meet Henry right now. I have this fan that's super powerful. Yeah, fans are OP. Peace, my guy, my guy. And he really is in Hawaii. Ain't gonna lose, brother. Yuri, Gigi, another one. Gigi, mods. I think we can talk about this poster.
Hey, there's another one.
God, I love being right. I love it.
These posters are everywhere.
Damn right. Part 2. Look at that foreshadowing.
You did?
There we go. Let's go.
Nobody gets gutted. It's a.
Let's fucking go, Gigi.
Who dragged you to see it then?
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't know. Just stay focused, all right?
All right.
This is the most obvious foreshadowing. That's actually crazy. Oh, my dog. And then there were 2. Fuck the Fedra. Bro, I need agua. My throat is like fucking dry. Here we go. Any Henriers? Any bacon enjoyers? Any canned bacon enjoyers?
You have 25 cans of bacon? Well, 24. How the hell do you have 24 cans of bacon? Military locker in the hotel from back in the day. Me and Ruben stumbled on it. Slid it right down the middle.
Canned bacon? Any canned spam enjoyers? You know that shit's salty. But if it's the apocalypse and you got some bacon, oh my god. I would do unspeakable things.
Jesus. Yeah, I'll make you some if you quit bringing that up. Better be as good as you say it is. It's bacon. Of course it's good.
Hey man. Well, fuck your bacon. Yellow ass teeth, eating all that bacon. Nah, you ain't see shit. Whoa! Oh, cutscene! Real time cutscene. That was sick. No bacon for y'all. Okay. Any Henriers? My back. My neck and my back. Any Henriers? Any Sammers? Yeah, Henry, he's a nice guy, you know. I hope he sticks around. No! Oh, what a bum. What a bum. What a bum. Any Miss Brickers? Any Haley Van Lithers? Do I even need anything in here? No. Nope. Let them enjoy their bacon. Swear to God. Oh, my mama. Yeah, walk backwards. That's smart. Just walking through here. Nothing strange. Just a man. Damn, through his chest like that. Okay, let me meet. Yeah, okay. Henry will be the jump off point. Because I need to go downstairs and just take a fucking nap right now. It's hot as fuck. I bet you my mom cooked. What's today, Sunday? I got nothing this week. I'm just waiting to sell my house. Bitch ass nigga. It's summer break though. I thought in my head it doesn't matter what day it is. I'll stream any fucking day I want. Today is the Lord's day. Summer. Don't you agree though? Wouldn't you rather have a winter break and be in school during the summer? I feel like hell yeah. Like it. Oh fuck. It's so hot now. It's raining. I'm so jealous. I was just thinking we didn't have no thunder. We didn't have no lightning. And the whole week is just clear. I'm like, I want some fucking thunder and lightning, man. I'm tired of this fucking hot, nothing in the sky. Nah, winter break. Oh my god, winter break. Like during, it's not too, but that's California winter I'm thinking of. I forgot you in fucking Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, fucking East Coast shit. Snow up to your fucking eyeballs. Like here, winter's like, oh yeah, it's like 65, 70 degrees. Florida, yeah, same. Actually, Florida's kind of like California. Does it snow in Florida? Nah. So yeah, winter break, hell yeah. Everything is better when it's just slightly cold. Stop it. Fuck me up, it doesn't snow. Okay, so see, same difference. Same difference. It's just humid as fuck. I would love to have like fall, 3 months in the fall, and you get Christmas. Come back January to like middle, like end of August, and then you get September to fucking December. That would be heaven. AC in the class. You'd be so happy in class with the AC on. Yes, in bipolar weather. Yes, sometimes, but usually it's just hot here. But sometimes it will randomly rain on a sunny day. Can I like lure the thing away? That's hilarious. That's so cute. What? Okay. Ooh. When? Well, they even put an exclamation point like it's fucking Metal Gear. Dude, my throat is so fucking dry. Come on, I just want to meet Henry and Sam. Shirley doing the same thing again. We'll work this time. That theme park, I literally stand between heavy rain and sunshine. That when we went to Disney World, that's what it was. It was a nice. I had a little Jack Daniels, and then like middle of it was just crazy rain, but it was still sunny. That was a really nice park though. That was a really nice day. But it was like, what the fuck? It's hot as fuck and it's raining and thundering. Okay, let's just do this. Can we just do this?
hope that this works. It should. If the game is how it is, it should work. No, there's no way. There's no way that's doing anything. That's not doing anything. Help me, Jesus. Help me, Lord. Oh man, y'all have some bangers. The Expedition Everest. Oh no, Avatar. Avatar for the Line was special. Avatar for the Line. Yeah, I forget what the secret is here. I thought you had to wait out the bullets. Avatar the Line was just S tier. The ride was kind of cool. It was kind of like, you know, shit vibrating, fucking everything. It's kind of weird, but it was sick. But Everest was dope. Your Space Mountain is way worse. The Space Mountain was just, I don't know what happened. I like the food at Epcot. Like, you go around the world. I thought that was really cool. I haven't even been on Avatar. What? Hey, you gotta go, bro. Oh, and the test track one. Avatar? Oh, I wasted a shiv. Fuck it. Avatar's a banger. Avatar, it was like 2-hour wait. My mom made like a friend in the line. They were like talking the whole time. But that ride was, the line was like, if every ride had a line like that, no one would mind sitting in line. But I would say Everest, because you go backwards and that's kind of sick. They had the rock and roll coaster. They had the Toy Story coaster, which was kiddie as fuck. But it was still cool. Everest awesome. Yeah, the line was cool in that ride too. But Avatar is different. I can't believe you haven't been on Avatar. I've been saying, but like I literally want to have a kid just so like I can take them to Disney and like have an excuse to always go to Disney. Because I've been so many times, it's like, okay, I'm kind of outgrown Disney. But if you take someone who hasn't been, or like your kid, like I feel like that's just fucking special. Okay, can I? What do I gotta do? Yeah, but then it's like, you know, there's a lot more to have to get. So I'm like, I had this idea to start like a charity to take people who can't afford Disney to go. Oh, you fucker. What do you want me to do? What do you want? Okay, I'm taking the headphones off. I'm taking the headphones off. I don't want to hear it. Yes, please. I would love a ticket. You about to be 18. You could be working at In-N-Out. Y'all got In-N-Out in Florida, right? They make $22 an hour. You better hop on that DoorDash. Don't be too prideful to drive for DoorDash. Couple weeks, you could afford half a ticket. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right. This motherfucker. Yo, Ellie, chill out, gang. Run. Okay, it just doesn't work. I need to stop doing that. I'm so sweaty. There's a drop. There's a drop. Actually, I'll save this for fucking. I'm tired, bro. I can't. I am sweating. I need to take a fucking shower from sitting here. I stink. It's like that rain goes. I don't remember. I remember they had the big old thing of water. Let's see, I'll watch Rain. I think Rain goes on YouTube too. I'll watch it on stream again. I need to watch that movie again. I can't really say I love that movie if I don't remember. Probably iconic scenes. But I do.
I swear I love that movie. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I need to. I will. Okay, if that doesn't work, can we scoot? Can we scoots? No, you're trolling. Why are you such a little troll? We gotta alley-oop him. Oh, let me get back. Let me get back. This motherfucker, man. Okay, last try, last try.
Nope. 7. Not even close. 10. Keep going. I don't know, 20? Try 25. Bullshit. Swear to God.
I meant we gotta bring him down and back. I don't know why I said alley-oop. We gotta loop him. We gotta alley-loop him. The bacon's not there, sir. Yeah. Oh shit, my ass. Bro, I'm in the fucking freezer, gang. Okay, I'm taking it. When I get stressed, I start taking stuff off. Like when you gotta take a real bad shit and you like just get fully, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, it helps. I don't know, it's like, that's like human nature too, because everyone's like, yeah, I do the same shit. Like, how does that, what? God works in mysterious ways. Oh. I need some e-girl magic for this. I need some who's the best right now? Let's see this. Arya Saki, yeah, we can do Arya. She's playing TFT. Oh, she cooking. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Remember we were at a competition and one of the dudes made this weird protein shake concoction. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, the dog, they smell
One of our leaders was gonna... And he came out butt naked. And he said, you guys, you gotta try that. Oh no. Get them protein shakes, man. Any type of shake fuck me up. I got a weak ass stomach. Like, people be doing chocolate fucking protein. I'd rather just have straight, no flavor, put in some fucking water. All that chocolate strawberry. Ooh. No, 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 no. It was such a weird mix. Yeah, protein. They be doing chocolate cake, double fudge sundae. Like, I thought people working out just supposed to raw dog shit. Eat some eggs. Crack an egg on your forehead. Eat this shit like Arnold Schwarzenegger. They made a potion. A potion is crazy. Like they did it in like a fucking witch's, what is it, urn? A witch's urn for the gains. A witch's pot. Hello. Have you met my buddy Shot? Whoa, chill out. Yes, sirski. Alright, now for the alley-oop. Multiple protein product. Nah, that's how you get a heart attack. That's how you get too buff. Your heart is a muscle too. That shit get too buff and then just... Bro, you don't know where I'm at. Car, you don't know where I'm at. You don't know. Go drive over there. I heard screaming. Oh my god. Help! Help me! What would you even do if someone's in the bathroom saying help? I can't shit. What do you want me to, what? I guess you'd get them like a fucking laxative or something. Go to CVS. Get them a prune juice. Throw some prune juice in the protein. There you go. Come on, gang. Come on, he don't know where I'm at, skis. He don't. Oh, have you seen that dog girl streamer? She literally acts like a dog. It's interesting. It's, you know, it's content world is crazy. He was the guy in charge of everyone. Oh, like the principal basically. Oh no. Furry, she is 100 billion trillion %. She's barking and licking fucking water off the ground. It's something. I could not match her freak. I'm stun locked. This motherfucker's gonna turn around. What? Yeah, I don't even. Her name's like Madeline. No, gang. Nah, you're trolling, gang. You're trolling. Whoa, who are you? No, Joe, throw it. I'm shotgunning this motherfucker. Oh. The one dude has surgery to look at. Yeah, times are wild. People do what they want. There's this one girl, she looked away, then she went away for like 6 months. She looked like a totally different person. Then no one said anything. I'm like, I watched your stream before. I know what you look like. You can't go that way. There's nothing over there. Oh, look at this thing shaking. Joel, no. Look at Joel tripping through dimensions. Okay. I need water. I need AC. Oh my god. It feels good to be back though, playing Last of Us. I might be back on tonight. I don't got shit to do. But I'm gonna go see what food's downstairs. I'm so thirsty. Something about staring at a screen now, like it just fucking sends me. It fucking sends me. This is like old times though. This is GG. Chilling, watching all my dog shit streams. Okay. Hold on. Let me just cheese. I'll do one cheese run through and just see what happens. And then I'm Alt F4ing. I hope there's ice cream. I need something cold right now. I hate it. Like, what do you? I gotta Euro step one way and then go the other. It was. I felt like I almost made it there.
Literally caught.
Okay. What did the damn Arya Saki? Yeah, I'm gonna go watch Arya Saki stream. She's doing something. She has a dog. Oh my god. Hopefully sell this fucking couch table to this guy. T-Pain is live. Stacy is live. That's a rerun. That's more politics. Poke is live. That's a banger. Okay. Peace. You'll know I'm really back when I do like the bait ending of like, oh, one more thing. I don't have the energy at the end of the streams now. I gotta get in streaming shape. But peace out. Have a good Sunday. Have a good Monday. Have a good Tuesday. Have a good Wednesday. Have a good Thursday. Fuck Friday.
You're such a bitch, dude.
Peace.
Like, are you already talking about?